Here's another example of the starting name that I like.
Holy crap.
What?
I'm trying to get to my live stream.
This isn't my water.
What the heck? Will you go see if on my computer's downstairs if it's showing my live stream is actually being available?
Can I check on my phone, see if it says so?
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead and do that.
Okay, I'm sending a request. Cookie.
All right, we'll do it this way. I don't know what's going on.
I can check on the computer as well. It says you're live.
Okay. Well. What's going on, Ammo? I was just watching Ben's. I was watching Bullseye Ben make breakfast burritos, and I was like, oh, this is gonna be good. And I love Ben, but man, I need to, I decided, like, after watching, I was like, I feel like I need to show him how we do breakfast burritos here in the West, not in the Midwest, not in the Central States, not in the Great Plains. So we're gonna make breakfast burritos too. Even though I have like a whole bunch of leftover pizza from last night. Am I back? Can you guys see me? Are you still on, Emma? Okay. Maybe. All right. It's working. YouTube like crashed on my phone. So what's going on, Mason? We're gonna make some breakfast burritos. Hey, Pops. Anybody that wants to join in. What's up, Roger? Hey, would you go get me a couple of the coconut Dr. Peppers?
Yeah.
All right, so I was inspired, Roger that, yep. I was inspired by Ben, because I saw him making his breakfast burrito. I hope he gets on, because I want him to see how we make breakfast burritos here. At least this is how, so we make breakfast burritos. My wife grew up in Arizona and New Mexico. What's going on, Pac-Man? And you know, we've lived here in Utah for close to 10 years total. Yes, Mason, I will show you. Again, I don't know, I think it's a regional thing. Oh, odd. So there's always stuff that's that's leaking from Chernobyl. It's just a matter of how much. I'm gonna need you to get me like 2 more of these. Okay.
Well, I have another one.
All right.
Sorry.
So this is backwards, so I'm gonna turn it around. Hold on, so you guys can see. So right here, Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar Creamy Coconut. I'm telling you guys right here, this is magic. This stuff, oh, this stuff is so good. It's so good. You wanna see the thing my daughter made? She made that for her room. Miss Mia. You guys have seen Mia. Okay, I'm gonna turn it this way. And I'm gonna use my other phone. I'm gonna use my other phone to read the chat. Sorry. Okay. Ezra, will you get out our bacon slabs? We'll cook some new.
Yeah.
We'll cook some new bacon. So Ezra and we made homemade bacon. We bought some pork belly, and we made a cure, and we cured it, and it's pretty dang good. Well, we should feed the dogs too. I don't know. I thought you put it in there. Yeah, the coconut is pretty fire, Mason.
The smell of it, but
Yeah, that's the bacon we cooked last night. You kind of probably are.
Yep. Sorry, I'm distracted. I just found out James Carter had died. He was the OG voice for James and
Oh, really?
Gary.
That sucks.
Yeah.
Out West burritos, yeah. No, you're good. You're good, guys. Okay, so we're gonna make our things. Let's get our stuff for our burritos. So, how fancy do we want to go with these burritos? I feel like we should keep them pretty simple because I think simple. Thank you, Winchester. As always, we appreciate you from across the pond. Sorry, I just put some stuff away. Should we do beans in the burrito too? I feel like beans would be good in the burrito.
I'm getting confused.
Dude, we don't have any tater tots.
We have potatoes.
Do you want to go check and see if we have tater tots out there? I know we can do fresh potatoes, just it would be a lot easier to not do fresh potatoes.
Yeah, but we
So,
want to do a burrito.
Cookie, that's awesome.
Yeah, but that we want to do a burrito correctly. Technically.
That's true. We do want to do. Let's check if we have tater tots first. So, hey, what's going on, John? Thank you, Winchester. I'm glad you enjoyed the mustache. John, I see you're here. I am doing well. Like I said, it's an LG. It's an LG fridge. So as I was saying, here I'll show you guys. This is some of the cooked bacon. We don't have any tater tots. All right. So we're going to be doing this all the way from scratch. Hey, will you put some ice in this for me since I'm doing my live stream? Put some more ice, and I'll cut up the bacon and I'll cut up the potatoes.
Crunchy ice, or do you not care?
Just do regular ice. It's fine. You can even use like a jar to put the ice in. Okay, I'm gonna turn the camera a little bit this way so you guys can see what we're gonna be doing. So I don't have any tater tots. Normally I would just use tater tots because tater tots are easy. Everyone?
I was going to do more of a solo video today. I don't think I can do that.
So
I think think I have to do is show it on the video.
Awesome, Rambo.
Alright, I think I put it enough.
Okay, thank you. So, anybody that wants to follow along, you can write down this recipe. It's pretty easy. It's one that we've done in our family for a while.
One's like, I'm offering you a nice cookie like the photos.
Okay. So I just cleaned my knife. Cut off the tip of that potato because it's kind of funky. Potatoes are very robust vegetables, you guys, or roots, whatever you want to call it, starches. They're way underrated. All right. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to turn on our air fryer. Set it to 390. Let it preheat. All great breakfast burritos need some kind of starch. I don't care if you use rice, I don't care if you use potatoes, I don't care if you use beans, I don't care if you use a mix of the three. Alright? But you need that starch. The reason I like potatoes is because they have pretty good fiber, they've got protein, they're one of the most satiating foods that you can eat, so you eat it, you feel full, and you don't need a lot of it. So that's why we're just doing two of these russet potatoes.
Do you want to turn them into hash browns?
No, we're just gonna dice them up and turn them into the medallions. I went to Jack in the Box and ordered them. I got a little bit of a military discount when I ordered the 22 tacos, but it wasn't like I got them free. I think instead of it being like $23, I think it was like $19. I think it was only like $4. So all I'm doing is I'm cubing up these potatoes, just because I want them to cook fast, and we'll season them. Ezra, do you want to start on like some scrambled eggs?
Yeah.
Thank you. We should have enough eggs in there. Or open a can of beans, because I think we're going to do potatoes and beans. We'll do black beans. Do you want to do black beans or pinto beans?
I don't know.
Between the two, I know you're not a huge fan of beans, but it's a good source of protein and fiber.
You know what? I just don't know what I'm doing right now.
Are you that distraught? What's going on? I'm not showing you up. I'm helping you. I'm helping you.
Games
Trust
is
me.
my favorite
You,
thing ever.
if you make burritos like this the next time, like for your wife and kids, dude, trust me. Trust me. Use whatever type of protein you want. Like, I think you using the Wagyu beef, that was a great use of the Wagyu beef, by the way. Because Wagyu beef with like a good flavor, with all that fat and stuff, Wagyu beef is nice. Did you just pick a block of ice, or was that one of the animals that did that?
I accidentally did it.
Oh, it was like, did an animal just do that? Yeah, so what I was saying, Ben, and this is for everybody. When you make,
We have an egg.
we have an egg.
Yeah.
Do we have any? Do we have any egg whites out there? Let's see if we have any of the egg whites.
How do I know?
Because it'll be in a carton and it'll say egg whites. We might have to stretch that egg a little bit. looks like we might only have one egg. That's okay. I've had breakfast burritos without eggs, believe it or not. Like machaca style breakfast burritos, those are just potatoes and beef. All right, so yeah, so what I was saying, Ben, was anytime, Carson, what's going on? Anytime you make at least like Western style or Southwest style breakfast burritos, you need some kind of starch. You don't always need eggs because, like I said, sometimes like chorizo burritos, sometimes those only have chorizo and potatoes. Machaca burritos only have potatoes and the beef, and then like sometimes beans. So what we're gonna do today is it looks like we only have one egg, so I'm gonna make kind of like a machaca style. We're gonna do beans, homemade bacon, one egg,
I don't
and
think
potato.
we have any.
Okay.
Anyways, black beans.
Black beans? Okay, we get a can of black beans out.
Yeah.
Oh boy. If nothing else, I'll take these for breakfast tomorrow when I have to wear the uniform. When I go to my UTA military stuff. All right. Message redacted. What's going on, bud?
Black beans are probably downstairs.
Go check mom's office.
Okay.
Okay. So we've got our potatoes. All right, easy way to show you guys a nice, easy potato message hack. Or potato seasoning hack. Gallon bag, or quart-sized bag, actually. Gallon bag, and we'll go with the gallon bag. I've already got it up. Okay, take your potatoes. My counters are clean, it's not a big deal. Plus, I'm about to throw them in my air fryer. Okay.
Black beans, but I'm not against pintos.
Okay.
I have to choose between black and pinto beans, so I chose pinto.
Okay.
Wait, that's making yeah.
Probably not good. You're like, it's fine. The rest of us are like, is it?
Not as bad as you can get anymore.
Okay, well, all right, so here's our seasonings, everybody. We're just gonna take some garlic powder, throw in some garlic powder, black pepper. All right. MSG. MSG. Always put MSG on your food. All right. Some kosher salt. And normally I would do chili powder, but I can't find any. So I'm going to use Tapatio. Just a little bit of Tapatio. go. Look at that. Seasoning. Done. Now here's the other thing that we like to do. We save our bacon grease. So I'm going to throw it in the air fryer. Just throw a little bit of bacon grease in there. That'll help the edges and stuff get crispy. And it'll help it cook evenly because the grease will heat up from the hot air. And when the grease heats up, it cooks across the potatoes. It cooks all the potatoes even. Let me grab. Because my potatoes are small, I'm going to use a liner here in my air fryer. I'm just going to dump all my potatoes into the liner. I should, for the most part, keep them. There we go. We'll let those cook. Oh, gonna be some good potatoes, guys. Alrighty. So we got our seasonings. We're done with the potatoes. Let's go ahead and cut some bacon. By the way, if you ever want to have really good bacon, like really good bacon, make your own bacon. I bought pork belly that was on sale at Walmart. It was like $4 for these pieces of pork belly. So we made a brine. We made a curing brine for it. And I cured it. Look at that. Look how nice that is. Look at that bacon. Ooh, look at that bacon. Ooh, look at that bacon. And then you can cut it as thick or as thin as you want. Nice, thick. Look at that. Look how much like meat there is on that. Good fat to meat ratio. I'll show you some of the final product. I've got some here from last night. Now this, it was cured in a curing brine, and then we smoked it for about 3 hours at 200 degrees. So it's actually fully cooked. So you could eat this as is. I'm not going to because the texture would be really weird. But you could cook it. You could eat it as is. Okay, so I've got these pieces all cut up. And I'm actually going to pan fry this. Normally I would bake it first. Actually, maybe 20 minutes. I wonder if I could bake it. It wouldn't be done well enough. So what we're going to do is we're going to pan fry this bacon. Nice big chunks of bacon. Then we in our burrito, we get nice, great big bacon chunks. The trick with a burrito, for the breakfast burrito, what you want is you want lots of texture. You want soft textures from the potatoes, like soft and crunchy at the same time. Fluffy potato bites. You want the bacon to be crunchy and chewy. The cheese, you want to just be kind of gooey. Also, make sure that you've got a good kitchen knife, everybody. Invest in a good kitchen knife. Your wife is ranked #1 in Call of Duty Zombies online. That's freaking awesome, dude. That's really cool. Thank you, Ben, for that pin message. Yeah, make sure you've got a good quality kitchen knife, everybody. It makes a huge difference in your cooking. Alright. We're gonna have to reheat all this bacon grease to get it out of that pan. Put the bacon in the cast iron. Would you? I don't normally do the one thing. I think I'm just gonna mix in the egg with the beans. All right. So I'm gonna go over here. Ezra, will you put away these potatoes?
Yeah.
I'm gonna use my cast iron. Cook up this bacon. When you're cooking, remember to clean up your mess.
Like that one Brian Keating quote. I don't remember it, but it's about.
Like that one quote from Gratitude. I don't remember what it was, but it was really good. It was definitely good.
It was about cleaning.
It was about cleaning. And how cleaning is good when you cook. All right.
Like that one quote. That I don't remember what it's called.
That one quote is the guy and the team and the stuff. All that pizza's still out. You want some pizza?
I want air fryer.
Oh, you want air fried pizza?
Yeah.
So I'll fully disclose. I think I paid about $100 for that knife set. And then I have this knife. This is my fancy knife. I have, like, this knife by itself is like $150. I know that's a lot. That's yeah, I give people, I talk about how I'm cheap and I buy like cheap optics and like build your own guns because it's cheap and stuff like that, and then I spend $150 on the knife. Well, this is a really well-made forged chef's knife. And believe me when I say it will make a huge difference having a really well-made, properly like geometry knife. Have you ever watched the show Knife of Death or Forged in Fire about like knife geometry and stuff? Like, get a good kitchen knife. It makes a huge difference when you're cooking, when you're cutting, and everything. Ben's like, I never spent more than $40. Well, I will hand it to you, Ben. If you've never spent more than $40 on a knife, you are more frugal on stuff like that.
Also, a sharp knife doesn't necessarily mean a good knife.
It just needs a safe knife. Hey, let's not need the custom knife or whatever.
I want to get that there for one.
I know, but it's going to be a while. Okay. Or you steal your parents' stuff. I love it. Oh, cool. Message redacted.
Get back at them for getting some of your very valuable protein parts.
I'm going to read that, so I want to get that picture back. And, okay, so here's what I'm going to do. We talked about how I only have one egg. I'm going to actually cook the egg with my beans. So this is a way to stretch that egg. Cook up some pickle beans. And put those in the burrito. you guys have ever seen this, but look, you can actually whip the stuff from beans. Chickpeas or garbanzo beans, you can whip that into almost like a savory whipped cream. Tobacco, Red Bull, and gum. Dude, it's about to rip it. So, and then here's some of that bacon that you cooked last night. Let's go over here. So I'm going to cook up these beans. So this bacon, the way I've got it chopped up, this is almost going to be like a lardon. But it'll be good. Nice, crispy, crunchy pieces of bacon. You guys want to see the potatoes? Because that's cooking. Here, I'll show you the potatoes. There's our potatoes. Not quite done on the potatoes, but they're getting there. Because we, like I said, we want different textures. I'm going to take some of that bacon that's already cooked in our oven last night. And I'll put it in the pan. So you just have different textures and doneness in bacon, and that's kind of fun. I think that's good about bacon is when, you know, some of it's kind of really crispy and some of it's crunchy, and then some of it's got a little bit of a chew. And then what I can do is I can freeze this mixture in a Ziploc bag, or I can pre-make a bunch of burritos and freeze those burritos, and then I can just throw the whole burrito in an air fryer if I want a burrito real quick. Oh boy, I'm done with this knife. Remember, if you're cooking with a cast iron pan, use a wooden spoon or use a metal spoon. Don't use a plastic spoon. Oh, I need mine. That's right. Oh yeah, man. Cast iron pan is the way to go. It doesn't even have to be a fancy one. Order one from like friggin' Amazon. I think this is a log cabin or a whatever lodge. Well, we got watching. We got 7 people in here. James, what's going on? Everybody, please remember to like the stream and subscribe to our channel. We do a lot of different things on the Below Average Utah Dad. Today we're cooking. It's not going to be the only thing we do, but we are cooking for now. And we can also talk about, like I said, we can talk about Sig Sauer. James, you're good, man. I think that's good. I'm an IT guy, so I understand. Disconnect from technology every once in a while, not a bad thing. Check our potatoes. Okay. Look at these. Check this out. Look at all that seasoning, golden brown on the outside. Nice and fluffy on the inside. That's what our potatoes look like. No, we're just, all we did, Mason, all we've done is I cut up the bacon, the homemade bacon, and I seasoned the potatoes and I put them in the air fryer. That's about as far as we've gotten. I will fully acknowledge that if you're doing this from scratch, kind of like I am, it takes more time. The easy way to do this, also everybody, the fast way to do this is to use tater tots. You know, you scramble your eggs beforehand, and you can use like brown and serve sausage or pre-cooked bacon, and then just slice it up and throw it in the pan real quick. Makes it very, very easy to prep these burritos. All right, so here, I'm going to give you a close-up of the bacon. You'll see what I mean. Now, remember, I cut up that bacon in different sizes, and we added some of that cooked bacon, so you can see there's different bacon that's done. It's all cooked all the way through, but now it's just starting to render more of that fat, and you've got different textures of the bacon. And so when you eat your burrito, getting those different textures while you're chewing and stuff, that's, oh man, it's good stuff. Yep, brown and served sausages, little known secret, brown and served sausages, eggs, and hash browns, super easy breakfast burrito mix. Okay, and now I'm going to show you the beans. So remember, I was cooking the beans in the bean juice right there. And so what I'm doing is it's reducing the water, it's cooking the beans, but it's thickening since I only have the one egg. So now we're going to take our one egg, we're going to throw it right in with our beans, okay? And now we're going to scramble it. And what that's going to do, it's going to turn our one egg into several eggs, mixed with our beans. We're going to just toss it. Right in there. Right up here. Look at that. Look at how well that works. And that's how you can turn one egg into several eggs if you need to stretch it for specifically breakfast burritos. So I'm going to turn my heat back down. Hey guys, can you come help me load this dishwasher? There's not too many dishes here, I just don't want to leave a whole bunch.
Yeah.
Thanks, bud.
Yeah, does not wait.
Okay. Oh man, if you guys could smell this.
The only scene in Shrek 3 basically just happened with me and Bradley, because I told Bradley the news. And I'm like, something big sad happened.
There we go. There's our potato.
I said something big sad happened, and she's like, alright, who died? And I said, James from Team Rocket. No!
Alrighty. So I'm going to put a little bit more of that bacon fat in here, just to kind of get the insides a little wet. Put a little bit more flavor in there. Get the inside of our burrito nice and wet. Not like soggy, but you know, just enough. Okay, so I'm gonna turn off the heat on our mixture. It's nice and cooked, nice and mixed. I'm sure that Uncle Woody will want to hear from you. All right. Dang. Sorry to hear that. I know, Ben, I know you and I have talked a little bit about some of your health stuff, so. And these are the tortillas we like to use at our house. We get our tortilla, our comal. Again, guys, if you do a lot of things with tortillas, get a comal. Again, I think I got this one for like $10 on Amazon. And then our favorite tortillas are these tortillas that you can get at like Smith's or Kroger or Walmart, and they're raw in the sense that they haven't been cooked all the way through. So we get our tortillas, throw them on our comal. It's breakfast burrito filling, bud. Potatoes, eggs, pinto beans, and bacon. And then we got some of those pre-made uncooked tortillas. So I'm not exactly a spring chicken or the beacon of fitness. I do my 22 push-ups a day. I mean, I do more than just 22 push-ups a day, but I do my 22 push-ups video. I have found for health stuff, I really, really like Scotty K Fitness, and I really like Liam Layton on Facebook and Instagram and all that. So so I do lower carb usually. I'm not this week. I'm way bad this week. But I try to stay conscious. Like, what it comes down to, in the end, what it comes down to is it comes down to calories you consume versus calories you burn. There's a lot of free calculators out there to find out roughly what your body consumes in terms of what it needs to just function. So if you just, the way that there's a different term for what BMR stands for, but I like to call it the basic metabolic rate. Your basic metabolic rate is how many calories your body burns if you just stayed in bed all day. If you just laid in bed, did nothing, and just stayed in bed all day, how much food would you have to eat to stay the exact same weight? To lose no weight, to gain no weight, how much food would you have to eat? Nice, Stoney. So use a calculator. There's lots of calculators that are out there, and they'll give you a pretty rough estimate based on your current weight. So that's the thing that I like, is if you have your current weight, your height, and everything, and then a really easy thing you can do is just use a food calculator. Not a food calculator, but a food tracker. Just track what you eat for a week. I ate this many calories this day. I ate this many calories this day. You don't even have to break down the fiber to fat to protein. Don't even do the macros. Just track how many calories you're eating in a day. At a minimum, I would say of 3 days, but take up to a week. And then all you do is you start with like 100 calories less. At the end of a week, that's 700 calories less that you ate in the next week. The following week, if you want to step it up, you could go to 200 calories less. Or you could do 150 calories less. By the end of a month, you will have lost 1 pound. And that doesn't seem like a lot, but a pound is 3,500 calories. All right, so if you're consuming on average, let's say you're consuming on average 3,500 calories. That's an extra 3,500 calories, I must say. So if your body needs 1,500 or if it needs 3,000 calories a day just to stay alive, all right. And then at the end of the week, you've cut out 700 of those calories, you're going to start losing weight. Your body is going to start consuming the extra calories that you have stored. It's pretty cool. Yeah, if you want to go hardcore, I mean, essentially that's what ketosis is it's your body, it's the state of your body burning fat. Whether you have carbs or no carbs or whatever. Everybody talks about the keto diet because, you know, it's kind of a quick way to get into ketosis where your body is burning fat. But you can do it if you eat carbs. You just have to get to the point that you're reducing the number of calories you're taking in compared to the number of calories that you're burning. And then if you're doing things like taking 1,000 steps a day, this is gonna be a good one. Look at it. See how it's fluffing up like that? That's a good sign. This is gonna be a good tortilla. Ho ho. Not too hard, not too soft. Do you want a breakfast burrito, Mia?
Sure.
Or do you want pizza?
Yeah, breakfast burrito.
Okay. Do you want cheese in yours or do you just want stuffing?
Stuffing.
Okay. Do you want any salsa or anything? Do you want it inside or do you want to dip it?
Inside.
You want it inside? Okay. Yeah, correct, Repo. So when your body is burning its own fat, you're in ketosis. That can happen whether you're taking in carbs or not taking in carbs, whether you're high protein, whatever. I understand, OG. Yeah, if you use like beans is a great source of protein. I have a buddy who's a vegan, and he talks about how he has to work out as a vegan because he has to consume more calorie dense plant-based foods. So like beans, he eats a lot of beans and he eats a lot of rice. Well, he eats that so that he gets the nutrients that he needs. Because in order to get all the vitamins and nutrients and things, the micronutrients that your body needs, you have to eat lots of different things. Well, he consumes a lot more carbs, and because of that, there's a lot more sugar that goes into his body because of carbs and proteins and fiber. So he actually has to work out quite a bit to balance because he consumes more calories than, say, someone who did use meat or eggs or fish. So, yeah, hats off to you, OG. Doing the vegetarian, vegan lifestyle, like I have respect for it when it's done right. And also, like, if you're not being one of those, you're murdering everything that's alive kind of situations. Okay, we've got our tortillas. We've got our filling. So here's what I'm going to do. Now we put our filling in our tortilla. How stuffed do you want it? Do you want it just...
Stuffed? I don't know.
You're good. Do you want sour cream on the inside or do you want to dip it in sour cream?
No sour cream.
No sour cream? Just a little bit of salsa on the inside?
Yeah.
Okay. Salsa or hot sauce? Mia?
What?
Salsa or hot sauce? I'll just do salsa, okay? So I'm just putting a little bit of salsa on the inside here for her, because that's what she likes. All right, when you fold your burrito, fold the ends. Wrap it around. Get your fingers in there. Get it a little bit messy. Okay? Fold up, roll it. Both ends. A little too much salsa. Ben, when I said grill the tortilla, this is what I meant. Fold it up and then grill it along the seam. So, Carson, we have homemade potato cubes, potato medallions, cut up, cubed a cup of potatoes. Season those up, bacon, pinto beans, eggs, and I just put a little bit of salsa in this one for my daughter. She wanted some salsa. Really easy way to do it is if you have pre-made bacon, pre-cooked bacon, tater tots. Again, can of beans or a pouch of refried beans. Mix it all together in a pan. Oh. I like to grill the ends because I like to grill them closed so that you don't lose your fillings. Not Rick, what's going on? I am, bud. So I put some tapatio on the potatoes before I air fried them with my seasonings and everything. I'm doing well, John. Mia, your burrito's almost ready. Are you downstairs? Where are you? Oh. When you're done, we go tell Riley we have breakfast burritos if she wants some. Oh, nice, Rick. Yeah, I've got. So I'll show you the fold over, Repa. So I already got the fold really nice and clean, nice and clean. So I do both ends and then the one side of the fold over. Okay, Mia, your burrito's ready. It's up here on the counter.
Okay.
It's cooling off just a little bit. Alrighty, now I'm gonna make mine. I'm not gonna put any salsa on the inside. I might put a little bit of cheese on the inside, although I don't know if I need it. It's got lots of stuff already on the inside of this thing. You want a burrito, Riley?
Yeah.
Okay. You can have this one I just made. It doesn't have cheese or anything in it. It's just.
Burritos. Is it secret recipe?
Huh?
Is it like secret recipe?
Kind of. We didn't have all the stuff to make secret recipes, so I did bacon, potatoes, and beans.
And beans?
Yeah.
I haven't tried it with beans.
It's got pinto beans in it. It's not even refried.
Yeah.
They're just pinto beans.
Wait,
What do you
I'm
think,
trying
Mia?
to-
And I'm doing a live stream, just so you know.
I like it.
Okay.
I had to bring mine in because
There are scrambled eggs in it. There are scrambled eggs in it.
I had to bring mine in because Coco got mad that I wouldn't let her in after she.
We need to put a diaper on her. I think there's one over there by the table.
I had a bug bite from camp the other day, and it's bugging me.
You have a bug bite that's bugging you?
Yeah, I'm glad that you got that.
That's bugging.
Stay still. That girl. Good girl.
It's getting really weird. So.
Did you hear the news?
Lane, what's going on? Yeah, Ezra told me already.
No!
Well,
Yeah, I don't think you would understand it.
It's the OG dude. It's not the dude that does.
I know, that's why I don't think that she would understand it, because we watched the OG for a while.
That's true. Gotta turn the heat up. Gotta turn the heat up, guys.
Dad, can you bring it to me? I don't.
Do you want it to be grilled on the outside, or do you just want it?
I just want it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ezra, the air fryer's ready if you want to make your pizza. And we have lots of this mix, so we can make many more burritos.
You do not get freedom outside.
And it's made with mine and Ezra's homemade
Coco.
bacon.
Don't step on Herrera.
Ezra, she doesn't step on the cats on purpose.
I mean, I kind of think she does sometimes, honestly. Especially when Coco's in heat, she just doesn't care about anyone else. No, Daniel, it could be bigger. They make bigger mugs. However,
That's what she said.
However, because I really like my drinks and my sodas, I've done thorough research. Diet soda, which is what I drink, is still 99% water.
You did this.
And the level of caffeine and the amount of caffeine that's in diet soda is actually less than most coffees. So, coffee, you can drink
Can you give
up
me a
to
cup of water?
64 ounces of coffee.
Dad, can you get me a cup of water?
Yeah. You can drink up to 64 ounces of coffee. Yes, you may get a soda. I have some in here already. You can drink up to 64 ounces of coffee, and it will not have a diuretic effect on you in the sense that it will not dehydrate you. So given that I drink mostly ice and caffeine-free diet soda, I don't care that I'm drinking that much soda.
We need to get more of this next time we go to the store. It's really good.
Yeah, I like that kind. I like that it's just kind of fresh. How is it? You like yours, Mia?
Yeah.
Ezra, don't do that. Ezra, I think you can take some of Riley, or some of Mia's, because I think she has excess.
I think it.
That looks so good.
You can try a bit.
You can.
Riley. Yeah. Riley, one sip isn't gonna like stop your whole entire
One
body.
sip of soda will not make it so that you.
Drinking like 5 cans.
Oh, gee, that's what I have. Is I have coconut cream. I have creamy coconut Diet Dr Pepper in there.
Do you like it, or is it too much carbonation?
It's too much carbonation. I can't even get past the taste.
All right. I'm ready to eat my burrito.
I'm ready to make my food.
I can go get you a Fresca. Fresca doesn't have carbonation.
Fresca definitely has carbonation.
It doesn't have as much.
Is one an older black label? I don't know what you mean.
Riley, you know what I'm gonna do. I did this with Jesse, I'm doing it with James. And it gets me out this well, but it's self-explanatory. I'm making a showdown team using their Pokemon.
Oh. No. He's half lab, half poodle.
Here's my issue.
That's our dog Ash. He's half black lab, half poodle. And then we have a
But
full
he's
bred poodle.
F1, so he's like pure like half lab, half
Yeah.
poodle.
That's why I said he's half lab, half poodle.
Yeah, I know, but a lot of people think half lab, half poodle. They think of the one that's more poodle than lab.
Yeah.
We have so made cheese pizza that I don't even care. I'm just making the cheese pizza.
Like it.
I can't be bothered searching for pepperoni in there.
Oh, I got the last pepperoni piece. What?
If you want more burritos, we have lots of mix. And
Oh,
lots of
Ezra, can you
tortillas.
cook one of those for me? I didn't get any last night.
Alright, Dad,
Thank you.
I know what video I'm going to make today.
You're gonna make a video about
James, yeah.
Showdown.
Yes, it's both. Both is good. I didn't get any garlic knots yesterday.
Yeah, our dog that's a half and half. He's a good dog. Our dog that is a purebred poodle. She's different.
He's interesting.
Hey, what's that supposed to mean?
Interesting like a mental illness. So, yes, bacon socks, you can have some. I don't know how you're gonna get it, but you can definitely have some.
Jacob Puff wears a Serena hat. That's what I
Now? Let me see.
I have,
I didn't put two.
Daniel, I have. I'm not very good at it.
Oh, ew. All of the smell from that is blowing out right in front of my face.
Sorry. Move. I'm not very good at it, so for me, the juice isn't worth the squeeze. I'd rather just go down to the little taqueria near my house and buy tortillas that way. Or like I said, buy the uncooked, the raw tortillas from Walmart or whatever, and then just cook them myself.
Okay, I fixed it.
Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Just checking to make sure. Yeah. You wanna know what I like doing? I sometimes like mixing iced coffee, like nitro brewed iced coffee, with like Diet Dr Pepper. I think that's delicious. Or Diet Coke. Big worm. It's very good. It's very good. This next one that I'm making though, I think I'm gonna dip it in some sour cream or some sauce. Ooh, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make a dipping sauce with salsa and
You know
Greek
what I
yogurt.
found out? I found out that I like Starbucks coffee, where it's like, it's filled up this much with coffee, and then the rest is like a bunch of just other drinks that taste good.
Yeah, that's how most people drink coffee. They don't drink coffee like me, black or mostly black.
Black,
Because they're
black
racist.
coffee is scary.
Because they're racist.
Black coffee.
Naan is amazing. Yeah, give it a try, Rick. It's pretty good. If you like some Diet Dr. Pepper, because it's got kind of a caramely, you know, Dr. Pepper I think kind of has a caramely. I think that's why I like Dr. Pepper so much, because it feels like it's got a caramel flavor. But I feel like it also has a little bit of a coffee flavor to it already. So mixing it with coffee is pretty good stuff.
Or you can just add a caramel creamer. Yeah,
What?
you could just add a caramel creamer to it.
I could,
Yeah.
but caramel is really hard to make without sugar.
Can I have
Fat.
some of your pizza?
Okay.
Counting. As long as he didn't eat all the cheesy bread.
I don't know.
I didn't have any cheesy bread last night. Because everyone was grabbing it when I was gonna get some.
Rolling up a burrito with a really hot tortilla that just came off the grill
Ezra,
is not the best choice.
how much cheesy bread did you have last night?
One.
You know who had a bunch of the cheesy bread? It was Rose, because she's never had it before.
Oh yeah.
So let's not worry about who had too much cheesy bread. Okay?
And I asked Edward to cook me one.
Because the cheesy bread and the deep dish cheese pizza are pretty much the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cheesy bread is
No,
better.
they pretty much are the same thing.
But cheesy bread is stuffed with cheese.
Oh man, my Greek yogurt froze.
Okay, what?
My Greek yogurt froze.
How does yogurt can freeze in the fridge?
Yes, it can, because it pulls its coldness from. It pulls the temperature from the freezer, and then it's cooled, or it's actually warmed up a little bit, because it's warming, or it's cooling a larger space.
I don't.
You
Okay.
can have a slice of pizza, Riley.
Well, I was gonna make
took my cheesy bread.
a Greek yogurt and
Me, I told you. Can I have one? Remember?
Oh yeah, that's right. I thought Riley took it.
Or did you just forget?
off-brand corn tortillas. Yeah. Dude, there are tons of soda shops here in Utah, and you do the different flavor mix-ins, and it's just like a huge big deal here. But there's also like lots of entrepreneurs here in Utah. I think part of that, oh dang it.
There's a worm in the air.
Aurora.
I think part of that is the Mormon culture. Yeah, like a craft soda. Oh, the knockoff tortillas tasted like the weird communion wafers. I know what you're talking about.
One bite?
Yeah.
Small.
That was pretty small.
So right here.
Swig. OG, you're talking about Swig. They have the pink sugar cookies. It's got the kid that kind of looks like he's the Vault Tech guy.
That's the Swig logo.
Kind
I
of.
always remember that when we at our last house, we always used to go to this Swig that actually had that logo.
And it's like a little kid that's doing something like
Yeah,
that.
yeah, and he's on like a skateboard or something.
Yep.
And or like a surfboard, I think.
I fully believe they should have kept the old logo.
What did they go to?
Just the word swig.
Yeah.
No, but then, and I always remembered getting this really yummy drink in a pink sugar
Yeah.
cookie. And I'm like, what was that place?
So, OG, if you like Diet Dr. Pepper, you can get the coconut Dr. Pepper that I'm talking about. Go there and ask for a triple D. It's a dirty Diet Dr. Pepper. Trust me, you will not be sorry. You won't be sorry. Okay, so I'm gonna make like a little salsa dipping sauce with some cottage cheese.
Wait, are you able to bring your own cups to Swig?
Some swigs let you do that, but not all of them. This one's good. This one's open. This one doesn't look open. This one is open. Yeah, OG, go check out. Go do it today. Trust me. Go to Swig, ask for a triple D. You can get it extra dirty and have them put like some half and half or coconut cream in it. That makes it even like another super easy protein hack. Make a sauce and use Greek yogurt or cottage cheese.
True. It always tastes good. Wait, why not sour cream?
Sour cream is more fat and this is more protein. Wait, Rick. Where in Arizona are you? Dude, Rick, I promise you they've got a place where you can get one pre-made. If you're in Glendale, if you're in the greater Phoenix area, they're gonna have a place where you can get one of those drinks made, or just go to a Quick Trip, one of the bigger Quick Trips with all the flavors, and then make one yourself.
You know, 2 places that we haven't been. No, 3 places.
Just
that
go,
We haven't.
just go throw some of the sugar-free coconut flavoring in a Diet Dr. Pepper.
Dad, you know 3 places that we haven't been to in a while, and we should because it's really yummy.
Where?
Chili's, Culver's, and Five Guys.
Of those places, I would rather go to Five Guys.
I'd rather go to Chili's. They have really yummy salsa.
Chili's has okay chips and salsa.
The chips that I made yesterday.
Dan, no, it's breakfast burrito mix.
Dad, when are you going to be done with the stream? Because I need you to ring my copyrighted if we ring it.
Gosh.
I don't think he'll get copyrighted for ringing your phone.
No, but it plays music.
Five Guys or Freddy's? Five Guys for the burger, Freddy's for the fries and the
I
shake.
thought you were talking about Five Nights at Freddy's, and I was about to say something.
Dad,
Do you want it or no, Coco?
Dad. Dad,
What, sis?
will you get copyrighted if you ring my phone because it plays the music?
I might.
Oh, dang it.
Thank you, Dan. Yeah, it's bacon, eggs, pinto beans, and potatoes. All right, guys. I made breakfast, and I cleaned up a bunch of dishes last night. Ezra helped me clean dishes this morning, so you girls get to clean up. Is that fair?
Yeah.
All right, everybody. I think we're gonna call that for breakfast. We're gonna head downstairs, and we'll talk about guns and stuff. We gotta talk about Sig. Oh, do I have some news about Sig? Oh, I'm so excited. I'm so excited to talk about Sig. Oh, nice, Rick.
What?
Dude, you want to know an easy way? Like, if you like burritos and you like chicken, or sorry, if you like burritos and tacos and stuff like that, making your own chicken burger burritos. Because once you put like some potato or some mushrooms or rice and beans and seasoning.
Why
in-
is Cookie's skin pure white?
No, it's not. She's black.
No, look.
when you
Right here. That's our...
when you mix all that stuff in, using ground chicken is a super easy way to like cut your calories in half from the meat side, and you don't taste a difference. You might You might be able to tell a little bit of a difference in texture, but you are unlikely to taste a difference in flavor. I was gonna go get my hair cut, but my hairstylist, Nat, who's been on my channel before, she is not working today. Because she chose to not work today. Yeah. Dude, I love Greek yogurt. Greek yogurt is like the ultimate protein sour cream replacement hack. I like that. That way we can see the AK. A few of the things in the chipotle sauce. Yeah. Reaper, what's going on, buddy? Everybody, welcome. You missed cooking breakfast, but that's okay. We're downstairs in the armory, being ungovernable. You know what I haven't done yet? I still haven't done my 22 push-ups. I need to do my push-up video. So now that I've eaten tons of food, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to set up my camera over here. You guys will get to see me do it, kind of, over here on the floor. You guys are going to get to hear me film push-up video. All right. Hey guys, it's me, Below Average Utah Dad. For those of you that aren't currently watching the live stream, today is day 54 of doing 22 push-ups a day to raise awareness for veterans who are suffering from mental health, mental illness, and other debilitations that lead them to take their own lives, to commit suicide. Veterans Affairs puts out the statistic that 22 veterans commit suicide every day. And so because of that, we're going to do, as we always do here on this channel, we're at least going to do 22 push-ups to show our solidarity, to stand with them, and to have that awareness made that we need to be doing more to help our vets and our current military members get the help that they need if they're struggling mentally, physically, emotionally, behaviorally, because this is a mental health issue. And there's no reason why they shouldn't get the help they need. So let's go ahead and do our 22 push-ups. If you're watching me live, you know I just ate like 2 burritos and some soda, so I apologize in advance if it's not as quick as I normally would. Oh, here we go. $22. Oh, that kind of hurt. That kind of hurt. Mia, will you pick up my phone real quick? Oh boy. 22 push-ups, guys. If you're a veteran, keep it here. Just hold it up. Just hold it up. Real quick. Just go back that way. If you are a veteran or you're in the military, if you're struggling, if you're a police officer, a firefighter, some other public service that keeps our families and our communities and our towns safe, and you're struggling mentally, please reach out and get help. There's the national hotline, 811. There's resources if you're in the military or a vet that you can go to through Veterans Affairs or through your chain of command, your chaplain. If you're watching this, you can reach out to me, email me, belowaverageutahdad@gmail.com. Get the help you need. It's okay to not be okay. It's not okay to not do anything to change your suffering. Get the help. You make a difference to someone and you matter to someone in this world. You matter to me, and there's someone that looks forward to seeing you laugh. So be strong, keep fighting, stay zesty, always carry every day. Always carry with around in the chamber. I have to make sure that was off screen because I'm also live streaming. Love you guys. Catch you next time.
Can you ring my phone?
Yeah, so we'll ring your phone. I'm hurting, guys. That was not easy.
I'll do 5. I'll do 1.
Okay, I'm playing the sound. Playing the sound out.
I didn't
Oh,
want-
there's my ball. Whew. All right. That was fun. That was fun. Pay no attention to the thing behind the curtain and under the table. Nothing is happening. Those are imaginary sounds. What were you doing on a live stream? I was playing a game under the table. Oi. Okay. All right. Oh, I said I had some juicy news. I had some juicy news about, so I'm just moving my camera a little bit. I want to get the AK, but I also want to get the other guns in the background a little bit. That works. Okay. So those of you that don't know, it might have been, I don't know. I inadvertently make references to old movies and stuff that I've seen and know about. So I may have accidentally referenced War Games. Which, if you haven't seen War Games, go watch War Games, everybody. Nothing better than watching Matthew Broderick hack into a super ultra classified game theory computer that wants to take over the world and destroy it. Looks like my wife's gonna be home soon. Hey guys, mom's coming home because the AC at work broke. So please try to make sure the messes are clean. Jenna Ortega, hello, how are you? Welcome to my channel. Yes, it's the real Jenna Ortega. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah. Jack, I have an AK. I have an AK. That's the closest I have to a World War II gun. Here. I do have, up in Idaho, where my mom's farm is, I do have a 30-06. That's a 1903, so I know that it was, and it's definitely one that was used in the war. So I know that it is a World War II gun, but I don't have any other World War II guns. I am going to get a 1911 here in a couple months. So unless I make tons and tons and tons of money off of YouTube in the next like month, which could happen. I could have like 4 videos go viral. If you guys help my videos go viral, then I can get lots of guns. But I do want to get like some World War II guns. I don't have a lot. Oh man, I'm like really bloated now. Whew. Oh, awesome, LT. I love it. So I found at a local pawn shop, they have a Colt Gold Cup. I don't know how familiar anybody is, but I don't know a lot about the Gold Cup model of Colts. But I know that Colt 1911s, obviously, they're very good. Go to Ohio. I live in Utah, bud. I can't just go to Ohio. I think good things happen. So, oi, Miguel. Oi, mate. Thank you, Rick. Oh, you're from Columbus. Cool, dude. I've been offered a couple of jobs in Dayton, but I've never taken them. My kids are like, I have older teenagers and stuff, so I've never taken any positions out east. If they weren't all in, if 2 of my kids weren't in high school, I would maybe consider a position out east, because there's good jobs out east, and Ohio does have pretty decent gun laws. So, hey, everybody that's watching, if you haven't already done this, please smash the thumbs up button. Double tap your screen if you're watching from a smartphone. That helps us beat YouTube's anti-gun algorithm, and it helps the channel grow. If you like what we've been doing on the stream, please consider subscribing. So I want to know, Jenna Ortega that was here, are you the real Jenna Ortega? Are you still here? I don't know. I want to know. My daughter also really wants to know if you're the real Jenna Ortega. So now I need to check. Love it, Repo. Thank you. Jack, what's going on, bud? Go to channel. Well, given that this Jenna Ortega, it does show her face in the profile pic, but given that there are only 4 videos, and it looks like some kind of anime, and she has 5 subscribers, I don't think it's the real Jenna Ortega, sis. So, we tried. We tried. I feel bad. I've missed out now. Terra Tactical's come to like 4 of my streams after I've done my... After I've started my my ASMR portion, and I missed it. Oh, cool, Jack. What are you going to take to the range today, Jack? Jack P and Jack not P. I have 2 Jacks in the stream right now. I'm sure there's a joke in there somewhere. That's still working. Oh, cool. Springfield XD. Got it. Brighton. Yeah, this stream is really jacked now. Hey, how much would someone have to donate to make you chug your whole gallon bottle of water? Brighton, are you asking how much someone for me to just sit and chug a gallon of water? YouTube still use the subscribers like algorithm that it's been using. Maybe. That would be cool if I could get some people in here that like, even if they don't want to own guns, but if they're like super into like Call of Duty or Fortnite or things like that, I would love to see people like join the stream. What's going on, Gabriel? I would love to see people like from other like mediums or other type of groups join the stream just so that like I could talk to them about it. I love talking to people about guns and like helping to educate them or familiarize themselves. Sorry, I have like something going on with my mouth. I went to the dentist yesterday, so. Yeah. Gabriel, what's going on? What brings you to our stream, man? Brings you here today? Remember, all the new folks, remember to like the stream, and if you haven't subscribed, please consider subscribing. If you like goofy stuff, to drink the whole... So, are you talking about drink this whole thing? Like, my stomach is full. I just ate. But if you're talking about just doing like a gallon challenge, I don't know. If somebody wanted me to do a gallon of water challenge, I don't know. I've never thought about doing something like that. I am not going to do a gallon of milk ordinance. Good try, but that's definitely not going to happen. Been there, done that. That one's definitely not gonna be happening. Capture. It is. Oh, I think it's a knockoff of like. I can't remember the type of brace that it is. But I actually think it's like an airsoft brace because I got it on Amazon for like $6. How about a 22 ounces of water challenge? I could pretty easily chug 22 ounces of water. But I have, because I believe in being ungovernable. Like if I go to the range, I usually just take this with me and I'll throw this on and use this at the range. So. But, yeah, I'm sure that that's some knockoff SBA 5, but I do have a SOP mod here. I have a SOP mod that I don't remember how I got this one. I may have gotten it from Delta Team Tactical. I talk up Delta Team Tactical a lot because I really like their products. And I may have gotten it from Delta Team Tactical. So. Jack, I think that's kind of a personal decision. There are optics that are not supposed to be on firearms, and some would argue that the ones I have probably are not the best. Now that's a 9mm. It's just a range plinky gun. I think I spent about $80 on the backup sights, the iron sights, and that optic from Dagger Defense. Granted, they look to be just about the same quality as like Fayaki optics from Amazon. So, yeah, I think it depends. I went with that. The reason I went with that is because I needed to put that. You'll see the front angled grip. It's actually a magazine pouch, magazine holder. For Glock magazines from Recover Tactical. So I bought a rail piece that I attached because it's M-lock. So I bought a rail piece and I ordered black, but they sent me red, and I was like, oh, that looks kind of fun, whatever. And so I attached it with that, and so then I was like, well, maybe if I get red optics, that'll look good. So I just looked for some optics that were red, and Dagger Defense popped up. So I bought Dagger Defense because they were red optics. I like them. They've worked well for me. I've had them on there for about 6 years. Haven't had any issues. Haven't had to re-zero them. The only thing I've had to do is replace the battery in the red dot, because sometimes like when I go to the range or whatever, my kids, if they shoot it last, they forget to turn it off because it doesn't have shake wake. But if it's just for like a range toy, I mean, I don't think there's a big deal with going with a less expensive optic. Now, if you want this for like a shit hit the fan kind of situation, if you want something that, you know, if you're thinking you're going to go practice doing some stuff out in the woods and crawl through a river and do all kinds of stuff and throw it around and check it out, really review it and beat it up, maybe spend a little bit more on it. I've never found a hollow sun for $100. The cheapest I've found a hollow sun for is about $230. So, Secret, what's going on, buddy? Miguel Ruvino, hello. Yeah, I was going to say, I have a 407K on my micro dagger, and I have the 407C on my compact dagger. So I got both of mine when I bought the slides, because I bought them from PSA, and they had a deal where if you bought the slide, if you bought the slide, you could basically get the hollow for like $35. So I just did that. So that's how I got mine. Yeah, I just got a really good deal on mine when I bought it through PSA when I bought my slides. Hold on, what is going on here? All right. Oh, I need to make sure to go take. I need to go take a package to the post office. We had Alex. Bonjour. Tara. Hey, I'm sorry I missed you like 3 times now. But I'm live right now. I know it's probably late out there in Thailand. Mia or Riley, do you want to come say hi to like a really, really famous YouTuber? I told my daughter that you came to my stream the other day, Tara. And she was like, that's cool. Who is she? And I showed her some of your videos. It was like, she didn't go to your stream. So yeah, I think if it's just a range toy, then everyday. Yes, everyday carry. She's got like 1.6 million subscribers. So, hey Carson, what's going on, bud? Hey guys, don't forget to like the stream, and if you haven't subscribed and you like having fun and interacting here on the channel during the live streams, or if you just like kind of the stuff that we do as a family here on the Below Average Utah Dad, please consider subscribing to us. We like seeing when the channel grows, and we like doing everything we can to beat YouTube's algorithm. Oh, good call, Carson. Thank you. So, Simba, what's going on? So Simba, were you here? So we made breakfast. Chera, you missed out. We made breakfast burritos as a family. I made breakfast burritos. Here, I'll show you. This is Tara Tactile. I'm going to go to her channel. Open link in new tab.
Oh, nice.
Yep. She does a lot of range stuff. So. Yeah, we always like it whenever Tara stops. This is like I said, she stops in every once in a while, and we always like when she stops in. Everybody go check out Tara Tactical if you haven't. She has some really fun stuff on her shorts. She has a lot. She shoots more than I do. Obviously, everybody shoots more than I do. But she likes to have fun, and she makes jokes about things. And she does it in a really fun way. So go check out her stuff if you haven't yet, everybody. Always a pleasure to have Miss Tara in here with us.
I'm gonna keep cleaning upstairs.
Okay. Yeah, Mom's probably gonna be here any minute. So. Also, anybody that wants the recipe, if anybody wants the recipe for the breakfast burritos I made today, I am happy to share that with you. I can give it to you right now on the stream. And if you want the recipe for the bacon, I can give you the recipe for the bacon. Or maybe I'll make a video and you can just go to the video. That would be fun. Oh, by the way, everybody, because we've had some people donating towards our goals, we are even closer to our Kodiak. We are about, I think I typed that wrong, but we are $250 away from our next $500 goal. So we're at $250. Whoever crosses that $250 threshold. So either the one person who donates $250 or the accumulation of everyone donating $5, $10, whatever, here and there, they're gonna get the next big swag pack. 5150 got it last time. That's really good timing. 5150. He actually won our swag pack last time. This time it includes a signed T-shirt. Signed T-shirt from Kayvon, the comedian. He's a conservative comedian, based out of Nevada. Also a digital copy of his one of his stand-ups that he did in Reno. You get a below average Utah Dad T-shirt vinyl that you can put on any T-shirt or hoodie or long sleeve, whatever you want to do. You just iron it on. It's a good quality one. I'll send that to you. You get a deployment snack bag, which means you get a 6-pack of Rip-Its, sugar-free or sugar-full, and like caramel popcorn stuff, a box of Crunch and Munch or Fiddle Faddle, one of those two, because that's what you get on deployment from the churches and the schools and stuff. That's what you would get. A micro gaming PC. So you'll get a retro micro gaming PC. It's about this big, and it'll have Nintendo, Game Boy Advance, Super Nintendo, Nintendo 64, Sega Genesis, Sega Game Gear, PlayStation 1, and I can do some PlayStation 2 games. So, and then you just plug it in, runs on Linux, super easy to use, and you just program your own. You can use a PlayStation controller, Xbox controller, GameCube controller, any one of those, and I will include as many ROMs as I can, and you'll be able to do it. Because we're preserving games that no longer exist. We're not pirating them. I'm not making money off of it. I'm giving it to you so that you can have a way to preserve that bit of video gaming history. So, yeah, I try to take care of you guys. I try to have fun. So you get the retro gaming PC, and you get the Ghost Inc. Edge Bar. So it's a pretty big swag pack this time around. So you get all of that, and then also because we're about $250 away from that, it's really big. It's really big. And then we're also going to be doing, we do you get the deployment snacks for every $100 that we get donated on the channel. If you happen to be the person that donates and gets us to that $100, then yeah, you get the snack packs, the 6-pack of Rip-Its, and some kind of deployment snack like Fiddle Faddle or super delicious pre-made popcorn. Ooh, Brighton. So unfortunately, GameCube is almost impossible to properly emulate. You can, but the controls, because they use that funky C controller for the analog that wasn't truly the analog control, that one's really hard to emulate. And if you tell me what flavors you want, I will do what I can to get them. But probably if you want sugar-free, it's gonna be like citrus lime. There's one that's citrus lime. There's one that's like blue raspberry, and there's one that's I think it's orange citrus, like mandarin citrus. If you do with sugar, I can do strawberry limeade, I can do fruit punch, and there's one other one, and I can't remember the place that I order them from. So I order those for you. You don't have to pay anything. I just get your address, and I will ship it to you. Yeah. So that you can, if you want to put Brighton, I will put a GameCube emulator on it. I'll put a Dolphin emulator on it. I will leave it to you if you want to mess with trying to configure the GameCube emulator to see how well you can get it to work. The highest I've been able to do is I've been able to do like some Castlevania games for PS2, and I can do some PS1 games. PS1 is kind of hard because they used CD and everybody used a different programming language on CD, so they're a little bit harder to configure. But Nintendo 64 and down, I can definitely do. So the like Game Boy Advance, Game Boy, Nintendo, Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, Sega Game Gear, TurboGrafx 16. I can probably do some of those. I do game sometimes, Dakota, but not as often as what would be fun to do. But I do sometimes game. But I do IT stuff, and I do programming a little bit here and there. And so one of the things I really like doing, and I do this, I make these like for friends and family. I make these retro gaming PCs, and they're really fun and they're really easy to make for someone who's familiar with how to do it and everything. They're actually not that hard if you want to learn how to do it, but yeah. But yeah, that'll be part of the swag bag this time around. We'll have fun with it. And then also at 10,000 subscribers, we're gonna do a pew pew giveaway. So that will be extra fun. Yeah. I do have Diablo 3 on my PlayStation 5 and my PlayStation 4. I think I could do Diablo 3. So, you know, one of the streams that I really like doing is I like the old Mega Man games, so I do have I can put all the old Mega Man games on the retro gaming PC. But I have on my PlayStation 5 upstairs. I have the Mega Man X collection. And I also like Castlevania and Metroid. So I like those old hard platformers. I think those are really fun. So yeah, it's pretty fun stuff, you guys. So you can win that. You can win all of that. I don't know, and who knows? Maybe we'll make the little retro gaming PC. Maybe I'll make that more of a regular giveaway item for when we hit our donation goals. Maybe I'll set it, instead of $100 and doing a snack pack, I'll give you the option of doing we'll go to like a 150. We'll go to a 150 goal, and then for every $150, I can do one of those retro gaming PCs. Because I have a certain amount of stock. I have some of those mini PCs in stock because I bought a bunch of them for friends and family, like I said, from a bank that was going out of business. So I bought a bunch of them really cheap, and that's what I've been using. So I'm running out of those. I might need to expand on my inventory. The other one I like is I have the old Command and Conquer games. I really like the old Command and Conquer games. I like RTSs. RTSs are really fun. Whatever you need to do. And then every once in a while, my brothers and I, we all get online and we play Final Fantasy 14 together. So we'll renew our subscription to Final Fantasy 14 and do that. Oh, gotta check this. My taxes have been delayed, and so I'm getting pretty upset that they haven't just gotten it taken care of. Where's my refund? It's because I got a bunch of stuff that's I have stuff that's past due, but I also did we put solar on our house, so. Alrighty. Who Utah? Me. Me. Do they? I'm gonna have to look at that. Holy crap. The Avalis Chronicles is on sale, but it's like $50. So expensive. So I need to get Dawn Trail. I don't have the Dawn Trail expansion yet. The Final Fantasy catalog, huh? Ooh, Final Fantasy VIII Remastered would be a good one. Yep, some good Final Fantasy games on Steam right now for sale. Yeah. Jawad, what's going on? Oh, that's a good deal. So $72 for both the Final Fantasy VII remakes. I have the first one already on PlayStation. I am afraid if I buy Rebirth and I start playing, because I beat the first one. I beat Remake. I haven't played Rebirth. I'm afraid that if I start playing it, I'm gonna just get focused on that. So that's what I like about Helldivers. I can hop on and play that with my son, and it's like 5 or 10 minutes, and then I'm good. Yeah, Prime Week is through the end of today. It's the 8th through the 11th. Yeah, some game streams could be fun. If you're just joining us, guys, we're just kind of shooting the breeze. It's the middle of the day. We're just having a good time talking and chatting about video games and guns and everything. Caleb, what'd you get? Please tell me it wasn't a P320. Please tell me it wasn't a P320. Yeah. It was doing all right. I've consistently had about 10 to 15 dust. Everybody, don't forget to smack your screen 2 times if you're on a mobile device. If you're on a computer, go and click that thumbs up. Help the channel beat the anti-gun YouTube algorithm. And then go find one of my videos. I like it, Caleb. That's a solid choice. That is a solid choice. So you got the MR920, Shadow Systems MR920 with a red dot and a Surefire light. I like it. I like it. I'm guessing you're probably around. I'm guessing you're probably around 1,000 to 1,100 for that, if you bought it all brand new, which is a pretty good deal. Oh man, my soda's almost gone. Dust cover. What did I? Oh, the Sig Sauer thing. Yeah. Okay. All right, everybody. So we've been talking about video game stuff. We're going to talk about what's going on with Sig Sauer. So I'm going to pull up some of the resources. Oh, good deal, Caleb. Good deal. So about $1,100. $1,100. Good deal. Yeah, I didn't even think about the fact that optic is probably $700 by itself. So you got a good deal on that, man. All right, guys. So we're going to dive into some gun news. So those of you that have been following this channel and following other channels, you know that Sig Sauer, since March of this year, Sig Sauer has put out some statements. And let's start with that, okay? Let's start with the Sig Sauer stuff. Okay? I'm gonna read to you what Sig Sauer put out. Okay. I'm going to show you the full statement on Sig Sauer's website. All right, here we go. Jawad, what's going on, man? Dude, I like it, Caleb. I like it. No, I don't want to read that. Okay, here we go. So before I read this, I want you to understand. Prior to, I think it was April of this year, I was a fairly strong defender of Sig Sauer because I do, Jawad. I do. It's right there. There's the AK. You can see it leaning up against that desk. Sorry. Mango, what's going on, buddy? All right, so those of you that have been subscribed to my channel for a while that know, I defended the Sig Sauer and the P320 and the M17, M18 because I shoot the M17 and M18 in the military. So I've had a generally
positive experience. And then in April, they released a statement. And I'll show you that statement too. But first, we're going to read the statement they released in March. Because there was a bunch of stuff blowing up on social media in March. And so it says, March 7th, 2025. The P320 cannot, capitalized, under any circumstances, discharge without a trigger pull. That is a fact. Okay, so we need to break this down. This is like, this statement here that Sig Sauer is making is no different than when liberals and leftists that are anti-gun say that, like we talked about, that guns are the #1 killer of children. Yes, it can, or guns are, but only when you remove certain types of data and you present the argument from a specific subjective point of view. The P320 does not discharge without a trigger pull. That is true. What they don't mention is that if you drop the SIG P320 incorrectly, gravity can cause the trigger to actuate and be pulled. So gravity is pulling the trigger. So it's true it won't discharge without a trigger pull, but the trigger pull can cause it to fire. Also, if and they'll go into why there's bad news for the P320. It says recently anti-gun groups, but not just anti-gun groups, pro-gun groups like me, members of the mainstream media, trial attorneys, and other uninformed, agenda-driven parties have launched attacks on one of 6 Sauer's most trusted, most tested, and most popular products, the P320 pistol. This all came about because this SIG won the contract with the military and several government agencies, this is going to come up, to provide versions of the P320 to law enforcement, Department of Homeland Security, DOD in the form of the M17, M18, and other things. They won a big contract. So they go on and they make all of this statement, and they say, today for Sig Sauer, it ends. Well, this was in March. All right? Well, so then Sig Sauer, I'm going to show you. Okay, so here's the safety warning that Sig Sauer put out, and this was published later on in April. Later on. Yeah, gravity can actuate the stock trigger. So this is their safety warning that they put out now for all of their firearms. Regardless, here it is. Regardless of whether a pistol is equipped with a manual safety, the most effective safety is to carry the firearm without a round in the chamber and to load a round in the chamber only when ready to fire. That defeats the purpose of a pistol that is carried by law enforcement, military, everyday carry users. Like, they're straight up saying, and you'll note, they're not saying their pistol. They're saying a pistol. A pistol. So they're making the statement for the entire firearms industry. That is what they're doing here. So this is what turned me off to everything about what Sig Sauer's been doing. I said, nope. If you are advocating that people should not carry with a round in the chamber, then you are covering your butt without taking ownership of the problems. Jawad, my AK is single shot. Okay, so now we're going to go to X. Barrel and Hatchet, which is a trusted source, I think they have a magazine, a firearms magazine, outdoorsman magazine. They got a copy of this memorandum. This is the big one. This is the Office of the Deputy Director of U.S. Department of Homeland Security, specifically U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, so ICE. Subject, discontinuation of approval for ICE authorized officers to carry all models of the Sig Sauer P320 and direction to purchase Glock 19s as replacement duty handguns for affected ICE authorized officers and all ICE AOs moving forward. This was 2 days ago, everybody. 2 days ago. Purpose. The memorandum directs that U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, authorized officers, AOs, will no longer be approved to carry all models of the Sig Sauer P320. Now, that is significant because that isn't saying models without the physical manual safety. That is all versions. That's the P320, the P320X, the P320 Fusion, the M17, the M18. It does not matter. All models of the Sig Sauer P320 pistols. It also directs the Office of Firearms and Tactical Programs, OFTP, to purchase as soon as practicable replacement duty handguns for currently affected ICE AOs, including those scheduled to be issued in the near term, and to provide a proposed plan within 10 days of July 9th, 10 calendar days to, among other items, supply an agency-issued Glock 19 MOS pistol and related equipment to include a micro red dot sight, MRDS, weapon-mounted light, duty holster, and concealed carry holster to all ICE AOs moving forward. Damn. SIG is in trouble. Now, why did this happen? Well, here's why. If you go to the website We Are the Mighty, there's actually a really neat article that was published yesterday, the day after the ICE memorandum went out. And the FBI did an evaluation back in August 30th of 2024. So basically what it comes down to is the FBI got involved in April after in July of 2024. There was, it says, according to the report, the Michigan State Police began transitioning its officers from department-issued Glock pistols to Sig Sauer M18s, which is the military variant, by the way, in April 2024. Notably, the department experienced dead trigger issues in the M18s that Sig Sauer delivered, meaning that the weapons failed to fire when the trigger was pulled and or would not reset. Sig determined the triggers were out of spec, great quality control, and so 0.020 inches was ground off, and the company largely installed the new triggers itself. After receiving his issue of a SIG M18, the report says an unnamed officer conducting training consisting of 1,200 round course of fire cleaned his pistol and fired about another 100 rounds during an open range session in mid-July 2024. On July 31st, 2024, the officer conducted approximately 3 presentation drills from his department-issued Alien Gear Rapid Force Level 3 holster to practice acquiring his Sig Sauer Romeo M17 Red Dot. The M18 pistol was also equipped with a Surefire X300 Turbolight. Several minutes later, the officer walked into and stood in a squad area with other officers when his M18 fired uncommanded. All right. This is the Alien holster. Now, some people said the Alien holster isn't correct. This is a level 3 Alien holster specifically designed and approved for use with the Sig Sauer P320 models. In this case, the M17 and M18 version. The officer had objects in his hands at the time of the firing, including his keys, and statements from others attest that the officer did not press his pistol's trigger. Still in the holster, the pistol was removed from the thankfully uninjured officer and placed in an evidence bag. On August 2nd, 2024, the department requested the FBI's Ballistic Research Facility conduct an evaluation of the M18, which began 5 days later. Although requested by the Michigan State Police, Sig Sauer declined to participate. For those of you just joining, we're talking about why Sig Sauer is now officially and finally definitely in some serious trouble regarding the SIG P320, its use amongst law enforcement agencies, government agencies, and other other agencies that issue the SIG P320. And a report that was created by the FBI, some research that was done by the FBI, This is something that's interesting to you, feel free to continue to listen. Double tap the screen to like. Please consider subscribing. This is one of the things that I am a strong advocate about is firearm safety, especially when it comes to my tax dollars and to my fellow veterans, military, and law enforcement agencies. Yes, that's true, Repo. I think just when SIG won that big contract, it became a big deal. And so a lot of agencies went, well, we're going to go with what the military has since that'll make it more readily available. Parts will be easier, things like that. It was the cost-effective thing to do. That's why so many places match what the FBI does or the government does, because it saves money. Oh, Carson, just wait. So this is from all the NDs. This is an actual review of the FBI Ballistic Research Facility report that happened regarding the SIG P320 that SIG didn't take part in, even though they were invited to participate, and was kind of thrown under the rug for a while. Well, it got out because now ICE is making they have specifically said authorized firearm carrying officers are no longer to use the SIG P320, any model of the SIG P320. That came out on July 9th, 2 days ago, from ICE and the Deputy Director of Department of Homeland Security. And it is pretty well expected that other branches of Homeland Security, like Border Patrol, Customs, and following that, likely the FBI, if the FBI hasn't already started, which I believe, based on this document I'm reading, they've already started doing that. It says, an unnamed executive vice president for Alien Gear did participate in the initial evaluation, assessing the holster and confirming that it was undamaged and in normal working order. Once that was set, Bureau of Ballistic Research Facility staff member then tested the holster. The FBI evaluation says the BRF member was able to force his finger into the holster and reach the trigger, but he experienced notable discomfort and deflection of the skin. So it's not like the holster is supposed to. Yeah, it's not going to be good pretty soon. So with FBI funding, the Ballistic Research Facility conducted a battery of scientific analysis on the M18 itself, including X-ray images, seen here. Coordinate scans and isolated tests on its firing mechanism. The lab found that the striker safety lock spring was not fully seated and only captured at the top of the striker housing. The sear experienced uneven wear, and the primary and secondary sear notch edges showed signs of wear. Additionally, the bottom of the striker pin hook had a ledge instead of being flat. Now, it's very important to note that these firearms, according to the contract that SIG won with the government, these firearms are supposed to be able to last 25,000 rounds. This particular firearm was only at about 1,500 rounds at most. Using a digital microscope, Ballistic Research Facility confirmed that the primary and secondary sear notch edges exhibited wear. The face edges of each notch appeared chipped, and the primary sear ramp had a manufacturing artifact. That was very technical, so here's what all that means. To mimic what a pistol goes through when being carried by an officer who might run, jump, climb, fight, draw the pistol, or just lean against a wall or vehicle, BRF pressed together and pulled apart the M18 at the slide and frame. Afterward, pressure was applied to the frame, and the sear was manually released from the primary notch, testing the effectiveness of the secondary sear notch to prevent the pistol from firing. The test was performed with the M18 in the holster. So this is all while holstered. No, they won't ban me because they'll see that it's that this is a photo from the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Drug Enforcement Administration. So muzzle flash is highlighted here. This is in a controlled. So this isn't even like messing with it and bouncing it around. This is just simulating it. Striker safety locked. Lock primed case, not fired. Of the 50, here's the big part. Here's the big part, everybody. Of the 50 iterations conducted during the FBI evaluation, BRF found the M18 fired a primed case 9 times. Sorry, I'm really close to the camera. 9 times. 9 out of 50, guys? That's almost 20%. That's like 18.78%. That is huge. 9 times out of 50. Okay, guys? From a safety perspective, that is, if somebody said you have a 20% chance of death if you get this surgery done, you're going to go, well, I have a 100% chance of living at least another 3 months or whatever with cancer if I don't get the surgery done. I might as well wait until, half of that time's gone. So, and then they acknowledged, but this was a used handgun with over 1,000 rounds through it. The modular handgun system, of which the M18 is part of, requires a service life of 25,000 rounds. So the Michigan State Police provided a brand new unfired M18 to BRF. In the new M18, the prime case fired on the second attempt. So a brand new gun. The second attempt at getting it to misfire. Out of the box, second attempt, misfire. So BRF, the FBI Ballistic Research Facility, admits that they could not develop a reliable test at the time of publication to test the effectiveness of the secondary sear notch. However, their testing indicates that movements representing those common to law enforcement officers and arguably military members, that part's important, have the potential to render the M18 striker safety lock inoperable and ineffective, and preventing the striker from impacting a chambered round if complete sear engagement is lost. So, what's important to note about this is this means that if there is, it's any time, this is why they said the safest thing to do is to not chamber a round, is because if a round is ever chambered, it has the potential of doing this. If you fire and don't unchamber the pistol, the striker system has the potential to fire. So technically, they're still not wrong. SIG is still not wrong when they say it can't fire without a trigger actuation. The trigger is like this stuff only happens with a trigger actuation. The problem is that minimal movements can actuate the trigger. That's why they're very careful about that statement that I showed you guys earlier. So, then they said, luckily FBI agents, the Bureau issues Glock pistols. The Coast Guard and the Department of Homeland Security also evaded the DoD SIG contract and uses Glocks. However, ICE, under DHS, got its own SIG contract until now. On July 9th, banned the SIG P320 for carry by ICE agents. Instead, ICE will purchase Glock 19s for its agents to use going forward. Between the FBI evaluation of this move by ICE, the American taxpayer would be justified in wondering who in the Army chose Sig Sauer over Glock for the $580 million modular handgun system contract. After all, the lowest bidder still has to deliver a product that meets the standard. So now the question will be, if this is happening at a 20% rate, so most government contracts, most military firearms have to be able to perform with a safety rate or with a median performance rate of less than 10% of safety issues or less than 10% of potential discharge. So, yeah, so that's where this gets interesting. Since the Army, and in turn, because the Army is the one that did all the testing, and then that went out to all the DoD. Well, Coast Guard is technically part of the DoD, but it's also part of DHS, and they avoided this SIG. And now we've got this report that ICE and DHS is going to start removing the SIG P320. The FBI avoided it altogether. They stuck with Glocks. So now with this data getting out and more open and public, and with a government agency now saying that the SIG P320 of any model, including those with an external safety, is not to be used anymore, this is going to get a lot of attention. This is going to be reviewed at other government agencies level, and they're going to ask, why was this selected? And now there's going to be an avenue that, now there's going to be, probably not fly killer, but I agree. I think that high points can be pretty Pretty good. Yeah. So that whole joke that I made, would you rather have a High Point or a Sig P320? I kind of want to go to a couple of gun shops and ask them what they think, given this new information, because now this research data is out that wasn't ever. The only reason this got out is because I didn't read it, but at the top of the We Are the Mighty article, We Are the Mighty submitted a FOIA request. So this was kind of like not talked about. And again, I'm not trying to say that politics are involved, but I wouldn't be surprised. Remember, this was in 2024, so take this with a grain of salt. Jawad, because it's scary, because people are scared by it. We used to be able to, and someone decided full auto is scary. I believe that the previous administration and the members of the FBI and Homeland Security and DOD, people that were in charge of acquisitions, I believe that there was some backroom deals and handshakes, and now some of this data is getting out. And so now we're starting to see, we have Army officers and research engineers that are looking at the next generation squad weapons. So the what is it, the M7? Yeah, the XM7 that Sig Sauer put out that does the Sig Fury ammo, that's heavier. That at first glance looks really cool because of the ballistics of it, but then you're starting to hear that people aren't getting enough ammo, and while it's great at defeating body armor, like it's having some issues with people breaking it, and it's not as robust as initially thought. Issues with the integrated suppressor system that Sig provided. The way that they're able to, like, just a couple of different things that are going on. And so you have that. You have the issues with the M17, M18. There's information that comes out. Yeah, I know there's a company that developed a new method of manufacturing 5.56 that also uses a hybrid case like the Fury round, and it's even more. It's got some really cool pressure ratings. So now the question lies: is DOD going to go back on this contract? Because I think this is what's going to happen. I think that Sig is probably going to make a statement after this. And what that statement says is going to determine if... no, my AK is Chinese. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about, Dust. It's really cool ammo. And they just won, I believe, Shell Shock, the company that makes it. Gaston, go check out Shell Shock ammo. They just won a government contract. They're putting out 5.56. I think it's like the heavier 5.56, the 80. It's like 87 grain 5.56 with almost 3,000 feet per second out of a 14.5-inch barrel. That's pretty freaking fast, and that's pretty reliable. So anyways, I think that Sig is going to run into the issue where they either have to take ownership. They're either going to have to take ownership and say and admit that we were not involved in these investigations, but we are going to look into them, and we are going to have an outside independent review of our manufacturing to determine what caused this repeated. So maybe not even full ownership, but say they're going to look into it. Because right now they just say that it's been peer reviewed or whatever. Or they're going to triple down. If they want to maintain any semblance of respect in this community, they will take ownership. if they triple down, I am almost certain that they're going to lose their contract with the DoD. I think the DoD will say, no, we're going to end this contract. And I know, because I'm a contractor, I know how government contracts work. Just because the government signs a contract doesn't mean that they actually have to pay out on it. Because if you aren't providing what the government wants, then they're not going to pay for it. So, that being said, I would not be shocked if SIG does not put out. I like the 5.7. I think it's just because it's essentially a scaled down 5.56. For concealed carry, it's maybe not great. If you were going to carry it like for a PDW, for like something like a PCC, a small caliber like SBR, I think it's great. But there's not really a small frame pistol for carrying the 5.7 right now. Now, when that happens, if they can do it and it be safe, because that's part of it. It's it's a really hot round. It's really fast, so you need a frame that can handle the pressures and everything, and slide and barrel and all that. But if somebody can build like a more compact version, I think you'd be set. But going back to SIG, I think that SIG's in serious trouble. Like we've all known, I've known since they made their statement about don't carry with a round in the chamber. Gaston. Oh man, Gaston's gonna be that guy. No, there's nothing wrong with 22 mag, but 22 mag is the overall cost difference between 5.7 and 22 mag isn't that different, and 5.7 does outperform 22 mag. 100% it outperforms it. Ken, what's going on? So yeah, guys, it is not looking good for SIG, and I don't think that they're going to take ownership. I think that they are going to. I think they're going to double down, and I think they're going to hose themselves. And that's unfortunate because SIG has a legacy, a firearms legacy, prior to when they started making the P320, that I think, I think that they've made some really cool, really old, reliable guns, but now, yeah. Focus, Carson, if you don't follow, check out Focus Trip's channel and see what he's been saying, because he's been talking a lot about this, and I think he was able to get some of the data, but now that like We Are the Mighty has gone out and done a FOIA request and they've published some of that data, I think that getting that out in the open, and with ICE making the decision that they're making, I think that is going to have the biggest effect. So it will be interesting to see, at the least. Yeah, EE. Ken, I believe it. I just talked about the research, the FBI ballistics research facility, and how they did an entire review of the M18 and M17 line, the modular handgun system, and they were able to simulate an ND, basically like 19.5% of the time. Of 50 attempts to get it to negligent discharge, they were able to get it to do it 9 times. So as I said, guys, I don't have any privy knowledge, and I don't like laying blame, but depending on where you are, the M16 can still be a standard issue rifle. Don J, almost. It's an AR9. It's actually an EPC 9 from Aero Precision with a Recover Tactical foregrip magwell in 9mm that just uses it's made for a 9mm Glock mag. So the magazine well isn't an AR-15 magwell. It's just a 9mm magwell. Is the P365 safe? So here's the problem: is how do you test and confirm what SIG has as safe, and how long have they been playing this game with their firearms? I have 34s. I have 34s from Rattlesnake Tactical. All right. I've got some 30. I think these are 34s. They might be 35s. Yeah, they're 34s. I have some 34s. I have a couple of 33s. I've got some 27 round mags from Magpul. I don't think I can get it. I think I can put a 17 in it at the lowest. So I have 17s, 34s, 21, 27, and 33s that I've all run, and they run great. I love it. Yeah, the one that Short Shot Tony advertised. That's what I did. I bought like 3 of them. Sorry guys, I'm still trying to post my 22 push-ups video. Nikhil, I don't know. I don't make those decisions. I think that the M9A4 was a good product. I think the Glock 19 is a good product. I think that the SIG P320, if SIG would not do what they're doing with however they're engineering it, I think so. Per order, not per card, per order. So you can do multiple orders, but I think they limited you to 5 mags per order. Yeah, I firmly believe that the SIG P320 could, because I've shot it. It shoots well. It's just that there is a serious safety risk involved with shooting it, and that, as I've said, that kind of brings into question the risk of their other firearms. Fly Killer, I think if you want to open carry, I say carry whatever you want. Open carry, if you're allowed to open carry in your state, carry whatever you want. I think carry what's practical, but also like the purpose of open carry is kind of to dissuade anyone from trying to F around in the first place. I would not argue that one, Gaston. I think the FNX 45 is a pretty good pistol. So, yeah, that's what I mean. And when you think about the purpose of what the contract is, it's not to be able to just shoot, like to keep off your body and then go load it and shoot when you have to. It's to carry it and to be able to shoot when you need to. And so the fact that it is having the issues that it has, well, I would say if you're going to open carry, you definitely want at least like a level 2 holster or possibly a level 3. If you open carry, I highly recommend a level 2 or level 3 holster. But it's going to be really interesting. I know, Carson, so they're doing a review of the new Army rifle. The new Army rifle and the new Army like saw replacement. Squad weapon replacement, and that's got issues that nobody's been talking about. And so now that's under review. I like it, Gaston. Nobody's gonna try to steal a Smith & Wesson 500 mag revolver. Nobody's gonna try and steal that from your body, because they're gonna look at it and go, I don't want to try to shoot that if I haven't been practicing with it. They do, and that's the problem, OG, is so the ammo looks good. It's the actual system. It's the firearm system that more data is coming out that it's having some issues. So I think it'll be interesting to see. And I know that people have been saying, oh yeah, the Sig P220 and the 226, like the 365. I don't want to say that all Sig firearms are bad, but the question comes up. If Sig was willing to go through all of this effort to deny and deny and deny and deny and deny and deny and deny that there is an issue, and now only through a Freedom of Information Act, release is data coming out about government agencies doing research into this thing and seeing, oh, there's actually a lot of problems. And the same with their rifles. Oh, actually, there's a significant number of concerns amongst infantry units and designated marksmen and things like that. Well, now the question is this the only firearm that they've had issues with? Do you trust a company who, with their most public firearm, and the one that they touted as the most reliable, the best, safest, greatest firearm that they've ever produced, that they've very clearly been covering something up and denying that there's anything wrong? Do you trust that they put forth the same quality control or better with their other firearms? And that's where that's kind of where I am. I'm like, I don't know if as someone who assesses risk, I do cybersecurity risk, okay? So as someone who is intimately familiar with risk management and risk assessment and mitigating, but that was when they were still built overseas. So I think there's an argument to be made that pre-US manufacturing, when they started outsourcing parts and things like that, I think there's an argument to be made there. But when assessing risk, if there is something that's glaringly obvious and was covered up, then and it's a company that's a product company. A great example of this is Lenovo. Okay, Lenovo computers. Well, I think that's what I mean, Ken, is this is what's going to happen. They're either going to admit fault and recall every P320, which I don't think is going to happen, or they're going to triple down and not do anything, or they're going to admit fault and they're going to cancel the line and they won't support it anymore. And the most cost-effective thing for SIG as a company, honestly, would probably be to admit fault and kill the line. Now, if they don't admit fault and still kill the line, then that's the answer. Then they're done. So with special teams, like SEALs and Delta, Green Berets, Rangers, things like that. With special teams, a lot of times people just get what they want. If they want a certain type of pistol, they'll train with a bunch of different types of pistols, and then they can pick one that they want, and they'll pretty much, each individual operator probably has their own kit. That's my understanding. I'm not a SEAL, so I don't know, but I've worked with and done things with SEALs and berets and stuff. So I think that's what it's going to be. They're either going to triple down and say nothing's wrong and just keep selling it and deal with the occasional issue, or they're gonna just triple down and then cancel the line and say they have a new thing. So we'll see. We'll see what happens with SIG. I just think this very open and public move by Homeland Security and ICE, it makes me wonder, with how much ICE has been out there doing things and making arrests and detainees and all that, with all that going on, it makes me wonder if there haven't been some NDs and ADs and people getting injured that's not really been made public, and that's why this is happening. I wouldn't be shocked, because ICE has been very busy over the last couple months, and it would not shock me if we found out that there were a bunch of accidental discharges, negligent discharges, things like that. So we'll see. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Those of you just joining us, if you're just joining us, please remember to like and subscribe to the channel. It's free. Potentially, I mean, I think they've kind of tried to do that a couple times. I think the problem is in the manufacturing. I think they're still ordering parts without proper QC, and so because it's, because they're manufacturing so many at once. Because again, I've been shooting the M17, M18 for about 3.5 years. When I go shoot, I've shot close to 2,000 rounds through an M17 and M18, mixed between those two models as a member of the Air Force Reserve. That being said, I've never had an issue. I've never had one ND. I've never had one do anything like that. However, we also, when we're doing like our qualification and everything, we only put a round in when we're about to shoot. So I don't know. But it will be interesting to see. I think either way, ICE making this move, and with the current administration, I don't think it's a coincidence that the issues happened and nothing was ever really brought to light except what was heard through hearsay, which is why everyone that's a pro-SIG person has been very, oh, we'll just change the trigger. Oh, we'll just do this. Oh, we'll just do this. It's still a good weapon. There's just a couple of bad ones. This is old news. This is fake. So, I don't know. And I don't like bringing up conspiracy theories, but I just find it odd that all these things were happening and all these investigations happened under the previous administration. It was never brought up, and now, less than 6 months into the current administration, we have things like information coming out about the SIG P320, information coming out about the SIG next generation squad weapon, ICE discontinuing the use of the P320. There's just things. Now, is it subterfuge? Is it trying to take away attention from Epstein killing himself, even though, or sorry, Epstein not killing himself, even though that's not the official statement now? But there's a new report that's come out and said, yeah, all the video that's been released saying this is the video of the footage from the jail or whatever. There's like 3 different organizations that have come out and said this is doctored video. Yeah, I mean, the M9 had a long history of success. The HK has a long history of success. The Glock has a long history of success. Look at the FBI. The FBI's been carrying the Glock for how long? Border Patrol carried Glock for a really long time. I don't know if they're still carrying it or if they're carrying the Sig. If they're carrying the Sig, I wouldn't be surprised if they switch back to Glock. I know at one time I had a buddy who was in Border Patrol, and I worked with Border Patrol agents, and I know that one time they were carrying 40 caliber, 40 Smith & Wesson Glocks. So we'll see. It'll be interesting to see over the next couple weeks what happens with Sig. I think, yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. The big one's going to be the DoD. Yeah, something like that, OG. There was one that was created specifically for Customs and Border Patrol. And there is a model. There is a model that's chambered in 45 that 100% is specific to Border Patrol. It's available for purchase now, but originally it was designed for U.S. Border Patrol. For BORTAC at that. Which, by the way, guys, if you're not familiar with BORTAC, so BORTAC is the team of Border Patrol, like special operators. They're the ones that went in and took out that kid in Uvalde who shot up Robb Elementary School. Hats off to BORTAC guys. I've worked with a couple of them, and they are really, really cool dudes. I would pit BORTAC dudes because they operate not only like in the desert on like the Mexico border, but they operate on the northern border. They operate. They do stuff with Coast Guard. They do stuff in water borders. Like, BORTAC dudes are really, really cool, and they go to a lot of different schools to learn their trade. I do like a good Glock 10mm. So, we shall see, friends. We shall see. Model 13 and 357. I'm not familiar with the Model 13. Who builds that? Is that a Smith & Wesson? Is it 357 SIG or 357 Magnum we're talking about? I like 357 Magnum. I think 357 SIG is a unique round, but I just don't think it's... I think that's why Glock is no longer making it. I think that's the same reason Glock is no longer making 45 GAP. Cody, you haven't been in a while, but that's okay. You've been out there doing God's work and trying to get my videos to hit the algorithm and commenting on them every day, and I appreciate that, buddy. So... Sorry, I'm getting a bunch of comments on my videos. K-frame Magnum, okay. Yeah, I think 357 Magnum is good stuff. You've got some advantages in that you can practice with 38 special, and then you can use 357 when you need to. Oh, I think Focus Trip just liked my thing. Yeah. And we were just talking about it. So. So, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, Focus Trip. Go check out, you guys. Focus Trip has been talking about this over the last couple months, basically since Sig came out. Maybe longer than that, but for sure since Sig came out with their statement about it ends now. And I've been following him really since my channel started growing. His channel showed up on mine, so I subscribed and started following him. This comes up fairly often on his channel, and I just posted the link that We Are the Mighty had with that FBI document that I went over with you guys, and the ICE document. I tagged him in that, and he just liked that. So I just said, hey, if you ever want to do a collaboration on YouTube Live, like, I'm there. I've been talking a lot about this since April, and I have some thoughts and some interesting perspectives. So, dude, I have never shot one of those Big Worm. Never shot anything 45 Win Mag. Gaston, I've heard of the 460 Roland conversion. Well, Big Worm, technically, if you go to Kentucky Ballistics, you can get a slide made. I don't know how much it would cost, but you can get a slide made that is that's like 12.5 inches now. Get a 12.5 inch 10mm slide. Pyro, that's a cool. Sorry, I was responding to text messages and things. So, not that everybody who's on YouTube that's a creator or whatever, not that they don't have lots of different social medias, but I try to actively engage on all like 4 or 5 of my social media. So I have Facebook, Instagram, Threads, X, YouTube, Discord, Signal. So I have all of these things, and I try to actively engage with people when they engage with me. And so I'm just kind of back and forth a lot. So I'll be like working when I'm actually working and doing things. And like I spread out my work day, like if I'm on a long stream like I've been on today, my work day will go longer because what I'll do is, since I've been on stream for 3 hours, I got up a little bit earlier, started working, went and started doing stuff, cooked dinner, cooked breakfast, been on this stream. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have to work later in the day so that I make sure I get in my full 8 hours of work. So that's just kind of how the day goes. Oh, cool, Gaston. That's cool. Adarsh, I don't know when I'm going to do my next road trip. I don't know. Veteran farmer. Sorry, I just saw your message. So veteran farmer, I think Canics are pretty good. I'm never going to come out except with the Sig P320. Bass Bros, what's going on, buddy? So veteran farmer, if you're still here, my take on Canik is kind of like a lower cost Walther. They're Turkish, obviously, but from my handling, I've never shot a Canik, never shot one, but I've dry fired a lot of Canics. And this is what they remind me of. The action dry fired feels like a Taurus. The actual pistol, the grip, the magazine well, the way it fits in my hand, that feels kind of like a Walther. So, in my opinion, a Canik is kind of like a more cost-effective Walther or a slightly upgraded Taurus, if that makes sense. Sorry, I think you should definitely go check it out. Like if there's a range where you can rent one for pretty cheap, go shoot one. Definitely go shoot one. I tell people all the time, like if you want to know how a gun really feels, don't just take my word for it, because I'm not a firearms expert. I'm an enthusiast. I'm a constitutional Second Amendment like absolutist, and I'll do everything I can to protect the Second Amendment, even if that means protecting it from firearms manufacturers like Sig and the P320. I have no problem going after a company like that. So I think it's worth. So yeah, like I know Gaston brings up a good point. The meat prime is made here in the U.S. So, but it also comes with a price tag associated with it that it's made in the U.S. So I would highly recommend, veteran, if you want to, and I would recommend this to anybody. If you're interested in a firearm, first thing to do, go to a gun shop. If there's a gun range at the gun shop, that's even better. Go to a gun shop, do some dry fire with it. Ask them if you can handle it, play with it, use it, do some dry fire. Some of them won't let you actually dry fire, but you can handle it, you can rack it, and do all of that. Do all of those things. And then if you can, say, can I rent one at your gun range? And if they say yes, go shoot it. And I know it sounds bad to say this, but you should be able to shoot one magazine and have a pretty good idea how you're going to feel about that pistol. M81 Woodland. Was there ever a firearm you shot that just felt right immediately? Actually, yes. Yes, there was. And you guys are going to laugh at this. The FN57. So I was taking a shooting class in New Mexico. I was at my father-in-law's house in New Mexico, and he has a buddy that does concealed carry classes. And in New Mexico, you have to go shoot So we took the whole concealed carry class, but then we also did like a range day, and he did like a course of fire, and he's got some land and some old like shacks that he's built, and we did all this stuff, this tactical stuff, and did some practicing, and it was a lot of fun. And I do have a Pokemon Go plus. I do. I thought it was in my pocket. It's right here. Oh shit! I forgot to do my sleep study. Yeah, I play Pokemon Sleep too. He was like, "Have you ever shot the FN57?" And I said, "No." He was like, "Have you ever shot a P90?" And I said, "No." And he said, "Well, I have both," because he also has an FFL. So all these great things. And I was like, "Yes, absolutely. I would love to shoot both of them." And when I say that my favorite intermediate, like not even intermediate, because it's bigger than like a regular handgun round, but it's not like a full-on rifle round. And I would say that like 5.56 is like the smallest true rifle round. But when I tell you that like 5.7 is my favorite caliber to shoot, it is, because it is like so much fun. Like the P90, and it was a P90, it was a full auto P90, okay? So the P90, like, it is just, like, you're shooting it and it's like it's full auto, but you don't even have to try. And it's like, you're still putting rounds, and you're not even trying it, you're getting, like that. If you've ever shot anything full auto and you have any idea what it's like, and you shoot a P90, that's what's, you've got this little thing and you're like, it's so fast and it's so smooth. And then the 5.7, the pistol, the 5.7, you put like a red dot on that thing, and you can easily, he's like, go shoot at that target that's down there. I'm like, that one's like 50, 60 yards away. He's like, shoot at the one way down there, that big, and he had like a big 3x3 target, like a 1 yard by 1 yard target, like 100 yards away. He's like, trust me, just shoot it. And so I'm like, okay. And you line up the red dot, and you're just like, and it's like, ping, ping, ping. So like when I say that it just feels right, and there's hardly any recoil. So you've got basically a 5.56 in a pistol, and you get 20 plus 1. Yes, it's a big handgun, but it's just so smooth. So like when I tell people like 5.7, when people are like, if you could have any firearm that you ever want, money's not an option, no restrictions, I'm like, oh, full auto P90 and a 5.7. Now, if I could have any firearm that's reasonable, yeah, it's because they're expensive as shit. And there's a reason they're expensive as shit. I don't know out of the P90, but there are some really cool videos that you can go look. There's some really cool videos on the lethality of P90. I'd say out to 100 yards, yes. 200 yards out of like a 4 to 10 inch barrel, maybe not. But if you do that, like if you were to put a PS90 barrel on a full auto P90, which kind of defeats the purpose of it in my opinion, but if you were to do that, if you're looking at further than 200 yards, probably start looking at 5.56. But under 200 yards for a super compact pistol and like personal defense weapon, and then pistol as a pair, both use the same thing. It's a pretty cool system. Now, when people ask me like, well, what if it's like a realistic, attainable rifle or pistol in a caliber that you already own? Then I want that Alien. I want the Alien handgun. 100%. I want the Alien. Everything I've read, everything I've seen, it is the smoothest, best firing, low recoil, like well built 9mm handgun on the planet. What was my first gun? Brianna, it's actually this little 22 long rifle I have over here. That was the first gun that I ever shot, and I have the same one that I learned to shoot on when I was a kid. My dad gave it to me, and it's just been in my family. I'm probably going to give it to my son. And 5.7 can be expensive, but if you shop around, you can also find it for fairly reasonable prices. You can find it at a reasonable price. You have to shop around to look for it. I applied for Avant Link. You might want to check them out. They told me no, but I did a follow-up email asking what they constituted as high traffic, because I feel like I actually have pretty good traffic on my live streams and on my channel. I'm not a huge channel, but I'm not a tiny channel either. Yeah, so right now, it's definitely, so a 5.7 in terms of ownership, like it's definitely it's kind of a flex slash, this is just a fun, cool gun to have. Parts and practicality, like, I'm going to be completely honest, okay? There's like 3 guns. There's 3 major guns, and maybe I'll do a video on this. But there's like 3 guns that everybody needs to have. If you're planning for a shit hit the fan scenario, okay? You need an AR-15. And specifically I would say an AR-15 with a 223 Wild barrel. All right? I can get into that if we need to, but I don't really think we need to. Some type of Glock. All right? Some type of 9mm Glock. And then you need a shotgun. I don't care what kind of shotgun, but you need a shotgun. A 12-gauge shotgun. If you want to throw a 4th one in there, you could maybe say like a revolver, maybe in like 44, or you could maybe make the argument of something chambered in 45. If it's going to be chambered in 45, I would almost say either another Glock or a 1911. Gaston, a 22. See, I don't even know if I would recommend a 22. I think there's going to be lots and lots of 22 ammo if there was a, like, world-changing shit hit the fan scenario, okay? I don't know that I would want to be toting around all of the... I'd rather have more 5.56 ammo, and I would rather have a second 5.56 AR than carry a 22. Because if we're talking shit at the fan, 22 is going to be effective at maybe acting as, if you're using any type of tactics or whatever, it might be good at dissuading people. Like, you might be able to do fire suppression. The weight of the 22 is there, but I mean, if it's shit hit the fan, then like you have to decide, is the weight of 22 and the ammo that you have to carry for it to be effective as a suppressive tool worth that juice, worth that energy versus an AR? We're saying if you only had three, I would say a Glock in 9mm, some kind of 9mm Glock. Don't care which one. 9mm Glock, an AR-15 in 223 Wild with a 223 Wild barrel, and a 12 gauge shotgun. And as much as I like my Mossberg, probably not the Mossberg. It's probably going to be one of these longer barreled shotguns, so that if I'm using it for small game, small birds, it's going to be more effective at that. But also if I'm carrying birdshot or if I'm carrying buckshot and I need to use it in a defensive situation, a longer barrel is going to give me better target placement than that shorter barrel. So in all reality, I'm probably not going to keep my Mossberg if it's a shit hit the fan situation. Even though it's lighter, the versatility of the pump action and the longer barrel is going to be better. That's also going to be better against drones. That's the other thing nobody talks about. If we're in a shit hit the fan scenario, unless it's like an act of God, zombies kind of situation, supernatural, weird stuff going on, if it's like a war with one of our enemies and it's the way that I think it's going to go based on some of the changes of warfare we've seen with Ukraine and Russia, small drones are going to be a huge part of that. And you're better off with like a bird shotgun with a longer barrel, because that will give you better target placement than a short barreled shotgun. Exactly, Dermeyer. But that would make a good video. Maybe I'll do a video on that, and I'll talk about the three guns that I would recommend and why. Because that I have a different perspective because I'm in the military. I have a different perspective than most people. Again, I'm not a firearms expert. I'll never claim to be a firearms expert. I'm a firearms enthusiast. And I just happen to have a different type of experience than most people. So take that for what it's worth. I won't be offended if you don't agree. That's fine. I think it's good. And I want to take a minute to thank everybody that's been coming to the stream, that's been liking the stream, all the new subscribers we've gotten today. I also want to take a minute to thank everybody that's donated towards the channel on either through Venmo or through PayPal or on YouTube, donating towards our things. When you guys donate on the channel, when you do memberships or anything like that, do I support the KKK? No. Why would I support the KKK? Why would anyone support the KKK? That's like asking if I support BLM. No. Or Antifa. No. They're all stupid. I support the First Amendment. They can say what they want, but I don't have to agree with them. Is it because you're jealous of my mustache, MP4? A lot of people, like, they talk about, because my mustache is really thick right here in the middle, so I get the joke. But it's just because of the lighting and the fact that I have a glorious mustache. It just looks a little thicker in the middle. I get it. Most of the time, that comes from people that are jealous of not being able to grow a mustache. Just a second. Gotta look at something. Analytics. Content. Short. Shorts over the last 90 days. Views. I'm trying to see how to show the average number of shorts, average number of views. Now,
Dad, I'm on the phone with Camden and I just told her how the video of us eating tacos came out.
oh yeah. It doesn't have as many views as I thought it would get, but it's still pretty funny. I think it's got
What
about,
about the video of you eating the tacos?
let's see, the 22 tacos video has 750 views, and the ordering video has 1,000 views.
That's kind of sad.
It is kind of sad, but that's okay. Sorry guys, I was looking at some data. Somebody was asking me a question in one of my forum groups.
You're still on live?
Yep. Veteran, farmer. I used to have a beard because I had a shaving waiver from the Air Force, but I'm not allowed to have it anymore. Right, good entry-level AR. Just grabbed a Zastava M70. Now it's time to grab an AR. BH. I would say build one. Build one. I like Aero Precision for quality. If you can find an Anderson lower, since Anderson doesn't exist anymore, you could probably find an Anderson lower for really inexpensive. The lower doesn't matter very much because it just houses your your trigger, and your safety and fire selector. So some people will argue that. I don't think that the lower matters all that much. Spend more money on the upper. But I have an Aero Precision and Anderson build that I've had for over 10 years, and it's wonderful. Building will get you, for the same cost as buying like a PSA or Smith & Wesson M&P 2.0, you can build one that is probably 15 to 20% better in terms of cost to reward, I guess is the best way to word that. Ruger ARs can be solid. Gaston, I agree, yep. Yeah. Durmeyer Firearms, exactly. Hi, Xena. Oh, the one in the background is, that's my Mossberg 930. Yeah. Yeah, if you can find a Poverty Pony Anderson lower for, if you can find one for 25, 30 bucks right now, dude, that's the way to go. If you can find a lower for under 50 bucks right now, that's the way to go. Yep. If you're going to use it, it doesn't matter if it's Cerakoted or not. It's going to get beat up. You can rattle can it. You can do whatever. I think it's cool when people do the rattle can thing or they Cerakote it and they do all this stuff. I'm not going to do that to any of mine because I like the way mine look just being black. And I know that I'm probably not going to be in a scenario where I need to have a tactically camouflaged firearm. And I live in a neighborhood. Doing woodland camo in my neighborhood or like snow camo in my neighborhood is not going to do anything in a shit hit the fan situation. I'm better off just keeping it black. Aero is really good for the money. Aero Precision, I would say, like if you're gonna do your own builds, I think Aero Precision is probably my favorite manufacturer for lowers and stuff. They have a good quality control. Why wouldn't I? I don't care. Look, my address has already been doxxed like 3 times. If somebody is dumb enough to come to my home, Connecticut state land, that is a skill issue on their part. Candy, what? You never emailed me or sent me your phone number. You wanted to call, but hey, I just got a message on my live stream from Candy. I don't know if he's still in here, if he can still hear me, but he just wrote, "I'm going 22," which I'm assuming means that he's saying he wants to off himself. If you have his number, please call him. Find out where he lives, if you can, and if he's saying that, like, find a way to call the cops and get cops over to his house, because that's probably not good.
Hey, Tara. Welcome back. Yeah. Candy. Candy. You probably need to call like an ambulance, bud. You need to call 911 and talk to them. That's what I want you to do right now. If you're posting the message that I'm seeing, you need to do that right now. .300 Winchester Magnum. Is it an AR? Is it a semi-automatic, or is it a bolt-action rifle? Hey, Ginger, what's going on, buddy? Thanks for stopping in. Bolt? I don't know that I could do more than 50 rounds of .300 Winchester in a single range day. I used to have a .338, and the highest I got to, I think, in one day was 30. And at the end of that 30, like, I knew that I'd been shooting all day. So I understand, Candy. I understand you're tired of everything, but you've heard my message, dude. Don't give up. I want you to call police right now, buddy. Dermot, I got a scope and a brake for .338. Which one would you get? Dude, I don't know. The last .338 that I had, this was probably almost 20 years ago, and it was a Model 700 Remington .338 Winchester, and I did not have a brake on it. I didn't have anything. It was just the barrel. It was a bolt-action rifle. And I'm pretty sure I put like a Walmart scope on it because I was very poor. Because I bought a $700 rifle at the time, and it was like it was kind of a big expense for my family at the time because I was like 23. And so I think I went and bought like a $75 rifle. If anybody has a way to get a hold of Candy Labrador, please someone get in touch with him. He is on my live stream saying that he wants to hurt himself. See if we can't get some cops over to his house or something.
Hey, are you okay? Hey, how's it going? Arteris. Sorry. Trying to answer and interact with everybody, but also trying to help out Candy, who's in the stream right now. So, Candy, I told you you can email me your phone number, and we'll try and we'll get somebody to talk to you. We'll get somebody on the phone. Cool, Ortiz. I love it. Hey, Average, can you? I'm gonna make you a mod too, real quick. Can you just interact with folks? I'm trying to help Candy right now. I don't know if you scroll up, you can see some of the things that Candy's writing. I'm trying to get in touch with him. going on, Jolly? If you can just, sorry, it's Hey, J-Dog, thank you. Thank you. Everybody, if you could double tap the screen. Hey, Candy, do you see? I just sent you a text message. Did you get it? Mods, if you guys can talk with folks. Everybody, shout out to J-Dog. Hey, is this you?
Yeah, it's me.
What's going on, man?
I don't know, Megan's freaking out over what happened last week.
What happened last week?
Their job.
With her job? Just like stuff that she can't talk about, or? Because I don't want you to just, if she's shared things with you, that's fine. I work in similar environments, so
She freaked out. I don't know what's going on. She's talking about going 22. And I'm like, what the fuck?
yeah.
I don't know. I think her mom called the cops. They came over, they were sitting around the house for about a day. I just called them and I'm like, hey, like, this is what's going on. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like, I haven't done anything to Meg. And I'm trying to juggle the kids, the ex-wife Kimberly, and everything, you know?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've not
Be the
been.
strongest one in the group. I should be the strongest one in the group.
Well, you know where I stand on things. You hear me say it every day. Like, it's okay to have struggles. Like, we all struggle. And it's okay to have days when you're not the strongest one. But when it starts to get to that point where you're at, that's when you need to get. That's when you need that outside help. And I think that's where, like you.
Don't call the police about this conversation, please. I don't want to kill another person again.
Well, I don't know where you live, bud. So I mean, me calling the cops doesn't do anything. If anybody calls, it needs to be like you. And it's hard.
I called them, I talked to them.
I mean, if you tell them that you're worried that your girlfriend, your wife, and you are gonna hurt yourselves, like they'll come and they'll send like an ambulance or something.
I talked to my neighbor's cat, he's still active. And I called him this morning at 0400. Yeah. He was like, yeah, you don't hear because like you can't communicate, there's no comms on the T, press C, you know.
Yeah, I know.
I think what you should do is call them and say, I'm really worried about her. I don't know what to fucking do, you know? And I'm breaking down, man. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
I felt
There's-
over.
You don't have to be sorry for having a hard day, man. It happens.
You know, like, I don't want to fucking kill a cop. That's what I told them when they called me, when I called them. I'm like, come on, like, I don't know what's going on. And I'm going back to, like, flashback PTSD shit.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean, it's not the same as someone like you who has experienced things in a different way. I'm an Air Force guy. My experience is different than you guys and what you experience. I've seen what mass casualties look like up close.
Yeah.
And I've seen when things don't go the way that they're supposed to. You know, when, a couple years ago, or 2 years ago, when we were doing stuff in the Red Sea, and we lost 2 Navy SEALs, I was involved with the search and rescue side of it, and that sucked. Having to just sit there and count the minutes away and doing cybersecurity review over the links and stuff while our guys were looking for him.
When I was in your daughter, I have that one on. That's a whole other fucking story. But when I was seeing your daughter, I was just thinking about that girl I shot. You know? It's like, fucking hell, I'm just tired of all of this.
Yeah.
You know? Come on. And I don't want to fucking get anybody involved in it. I don't want to fuck up Megan's job. And I don't know what the fuck Megan's doing. She's going fucking nuts. I guess. I haven't heard from her in a minute. Man. Like, and then people talking about people talking about shit they don't know about, you know? Come on.
Yeah, I mean,
I
it's...
just wanted to say hi to everybody before.
No, we're not going to talk like that. We're not going to... You're not going to give up. We're not going to stop. I know it sucks. I know it's hard, but we're not going to talk like that. That's not what they taught you in the Corps. They didn't tell you to, when it gets hard, when it gets tough. They didn't tell you to not acknowledge when it's hard and tough, but they definitely didn't tell you to
Scared, man. I don't know when breaking down.
Well, because life is hard and life is scary, and sometimes the past comes back and it hurts, and we don't get to choose the decisions that we've already made. We have to live with the decisions that that either that were led to us or that the circumstances put us where we were.
I failed my fellow Marines.
You didn't. You need,
And I failed Megs.
well, Megs, I can't speak to your relationship with Megs. I don't know why you feel you failed her. If she's struggling with stuff that's going on with work, that's her struggling with work. You're not doing anything to fail her.
And that's the fucked up part about the whole deal is that everybody is like thinking that I did something to her or something like that, you know what I mean? And she's just falling apart because of what happened last week. You probably know what happened.
I mean, I have a little bit of information on it, but I mean, I'm less worried about outside perspectives and outside things and things that like even if my understanding of what was going on with the conversations that were had, even if those are correct, okay? Even if that's correct, you're still trying to be a good person. You're still trying to advocate for a good cause. You're still trying to help the people that you care about and that you love and that you interact with. So that tells me that in your heart you're a good person. And so when things are hard, the experiences that you've had, the emotions you're feeling, the behavior that you're trying to overcome, your anxieties, your insecurities, all those things. Like, there's nothing to be ashamed about having those. It's what help can you seek to move beyond and do it, because doing it on your own isn't working right now, and that's okay.
I went to the VA last year, and all it did was make things worse. All they did was give me a bunch of fucking drugs. It just made everything worse. And I guess that's the shittiest part about the whole fucking deal. Is that when you do go ask for help, they just give you some pills and say, you're fine now.
Well, that's definitely a systematic issue at the VA. That's not anything you're doing wrong. That's just what they're doing wrong, because that's the fastest solution that they can think of.
And I'm trying to fucking keep my head above water, and now I don't know how to help Mag, and Mag is fucking free balling, you know. And I'm trying to make sure that my kids are okay, you know.
Well, the best thing you can do for your kids is be around. The best thing you can do for your kids, you've heard me talk about that with people. The best thing you can do is be around and help them and provide for them.
And
And
I get it, Dad. I understand why people turn on other people when they're scared or angry or hurt, you know. But I'm just tired of being the strongest one in the world, you know.
well, and that makes sense. Not everybody should have to. Not everyone should have to always be the strongest one in the world. You know, that's why I tell people on the channel, like, call me, reach out to me, email me. I have lots of different social medias, and
I care about people. So when you're hurting and you're struggling, you know, that's if there's something that's going on, that's why I've made myself available to talk to folks. But it is it's not.
You want to know what the funniest part about the whole thing is?
If there's a funny part, yeah.
I told them I don't want to hurt you guys. I'm like on your side. I'm like trying to have your six. Like I don't know what's going on with thinking. I wish I'd never joined.
Well, you know, I don't have an answer to that. I know a lot of people that feel that way because of what they've been through and because of what they experience and what they struggle with. But also, there's certain parts of your character that shape who you are that you wouldn't have and you wouldn't be without having joined. Your willingness and wanting to be the strongest person, your willingness to have people's back even if they don't necessarily support you or like you. That's one of the behaviors that you probably learned and gained and built up after joining. Now, is that hard? Can it become tiresome? Can it become too much at times? Yeah, it probably does. And I think finding balance in that is really important. But you know, I can't make that decision for you, bud. You've got to make that decision. You know, I obviously don't want you to do something to hurt yourself, to hurt your kids, to hurt Meg, like but the only person that has control over that is you.
I'm not gonna hurt anybody.
I mean, if you end up hurting yourself, it will hurt them though. It will. That's why, you know, we've had the conversation, like, to a degree. Like, I understand how it'll end what you feel like is your suffering, but it passes that suffering on to the people you care about, to the people that you've associated with.
The video with your daughter eating the tacos really hurt, not because of the video, but just because of the little girl I shot in her back. I gotta let them tell that one.
Yeah, I mean,
I just want to go to sleep, man. You know? And you know what I mean by that.
I understand. Like, I know that. I know what it's like to struggle. I know what it's like to feel like you're not doing things right, or that the world is like, are you being the best version of yourself that you can? Are you being the person that you think others expect you to be? I know what that's like. You know, I've told you guys, sometimes it feels that way with the channel. You know, when you work hard on a video, or you work hard on coming up with ideas for a live stream, and then, you know, you have 5 people for 3.5 hours. It doesn't feel good. And you're like, man, all I'm trying to do is help people. All I'm trying to do is have fun and make people laugh and make people feel good about everyday life. So I, like, just from the channel, I'm not even talking about my military experiences, but those are the types of things that can weigh, that I've had weigh on me, and I've, you know, talked with my wife and my spouse. But it's different than your experiences. And so I get that you're tired and you want to sleep and you just want it to be done. But even if it's done for you, right? Who does that move on to? You've said that you feel like you're the one that has to be strong for your kids and for Meg and for the people around you. If you're not there to be strong for them, and I think it's okay to not be strong for them 24/7, 100% of the time in perfection. I think it's okay to show that vulnerability. It's okay to show that, hey, you're having a hard time. You are struggling too. If she knows that you're struggling and that she's struggling,
I just go like crazy, Carol. You can't trust anybody. It's okay, guys. It's okay, buddy. You just talked about some stuff. It's okay.
I think, I mean, have you ever tried talking to one of the folks? Because I know that you're in, based on your area code, because I'm trying not to, trying not to sound like a creeper.
Yeah.
But I think you're in Colorado, right? Or you're in.
Right outside of here. We're right outside of Schriever. We're right outside of Carson.
Okay. I mean, have you?
Please don't tell anybody that.
Yeah. Have you tried talking to somebody at one of the? Have you tried?
I went to the VA for 2 months.
No, not the VA. Not the VA. Have you tried talking to? Because the VA is there for vets, and I get that, but they're going to try to look for the most applicable solution for what's going to get the most people in and out, and that's socialized medicine. That's what socialized medicine is. So have you tried talking to like one of the Colorado, the state crisis
I went
hotlines?
there for Max, private hospital, and we tried that. Then we went to a second one, and, I'm not the problem, you know what I mean? I just want to run away. And Meg's dealing with her shit.
Yeah.
And I'm like, holy fuck, is that now Sergeant Martin is dealing with her shit? I don't know, I don't have any. But we've been trying everything, and nothing is fucking working.
Yeah, I mean,
But I understand what you're saying about if you hurt yourself, you're gonna hurt everyone.
you might. It might not be everybody, but there's definitely people that are gonna feel that loss. Like, you know, it will affect.
I don't know if I can keep rocking, man. I don't know if I can keep rocking. You know? Get everybody fucking turn on you over money. You know? You got fucking Megan going off the rails and shit. Cops outside your fucking house banging on your door.
No, that's what I mean though. Like, are
When all you did was not do anything.
I mean, when you've got
And I called the police back. I was like, I don't want to talk about anything because of Megan's job. And she was like, did she point a weapon at you? And I said, I don't want to talk about it. But Megs, I don't know what's going on with her. Like, after last week, she just flipped. She bought whiskey. She got her Glock out, pointed it at my head, like chambered around and shit like that. And I was like, Jesus Christ, man, like, what? Like, how can I help you? Like, what is going on?
so I'm going to be honest, like, as someone who works in environments probably similar to what she does,
Yeah.
I know that you don't want to jeopardize that work. But that to me would be like a very serious red flag, because when people work in those types of environments, if something can make them change that behavior against people they care about and love and want in their lives, then what about the people that they just work with, that they just are there to work with them and they don't have a choice? And I know that sounds bad, but I mean, that's one of the major things. Like, I've been a security manager for stuff like that, and that is 100% something that I would be like, if you see this in somebody, you need to let me know immediately, because we need to get them help, because we don't want them, if something snapped, maybe they experienced something, maybe they saw something, we want to make sure that we get them the support that they need, but also we don't want them to talk about things that they shouldn't talk about.
Well, keep this whole conversation between me and you, please.
So,
I don't know what the fuck is going on with this.
I mean, most of the people that were in the live stream, they know that you were struggling, and they saw. So I reached out to a couple of the guys in the different groups, like, hey, can somebody get me his number so I can talk to him? So, like, you've got a big support group, you know, even though not everybody, we don't all, I mean, you guys know that I have my, even within our groups, we have the people that we get along with better, and we have the people that we don't, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. We have different backgrounds, we have different experiences, we view things from different perspectives. But we still don't want to see any of us, nobody wants to see any of us hurt or suffering or anything like that. I mean, that would be fairly sociopathic, and I don't think any of us are truly sociopaths.
I don't know. I think it's going to turn you into it.
I mean, I know that there was some things that were said and some concerns that were brought up, but I don't, you know, I told them that my perspective, it's kind of like, I mean, I've got a couple of guys on, you've seen where you know, I like Gunner, I like John King, he comes onto the stream, and I like Simba, and they were buddies, and then they weren't buddies, but I tell them all the time, like, look, I get it. If you guys want to have an argument, if you guys want to have a dispute, you can have a dispute on the side, but when you're in my channel, that's not what we're going to do. You're both viewers, you both like my content. When you're here, you're going to be cordial, or both of you can just
Well, it's easier to just go 22. Just take a swing.
I mean, I've said from the beginning,
I feel like I'm a shell of what I used to be.
I think, you know, I've said, you've heard me say, I understand what you're saying, that it's hard. It's hard to continue the battle. But the long-term effect that giving up that battle can have on you or Meg, because let's say Meg had a moment where she just struggled, all right, and
Killed herself.
what?
I think Megan killed herself today.
You think she did?
Yeah.
Like at work?
I don't know. I don't have any of the intel yet.
Well, if you think that happened, don't you think that you should like call the police?
I already talked to him about it.
And they're looking into it?
Yeah.
Well, all the more reason, like that is a her decision. That wasn't a you decision. So think about the way it's making you feel right now. Think about the way it's making you feel, if that's true. If she did. I'm not saying that what you're telling me is untrue. I'm saying,
I don't know if she's
yeah. Because we don't know.
I
You don't.
lie about it.
Yeah. No, I understand.
But yeah.
No, I understand, because we don't have all the details. We don't have all the intel. We don't know if that's what's happened. So, if it is, think about how you feel right now, and then think about what would happen to your kids. What happened to your kids? I don't remember if you've mentioned if she has kids or whatever. So if that's the case, now, yeah. But how will that affect if you take those same steps, man? Imagine.
Very capable and more well than the guys will go. Megan, what are you doing? Why? And they'll run falling apart, I guess. Fucking hell. To find out what actually happened. I don't know yet.
Yeah. I mean, do you have a way to get in touch with her work? Because usually in those environments, there's usually an unclassified phone that you can call. So.
I didn't want to call them because I didn't want to get her in trouble.
I mean, wouldn't it make sense to just, wouldn't it make sense to call and just say, hey, I was trying to get in touch with Candy, wonder if any of you guys have seen her, and just keep it kind of.
I called the police and I was like, hey, I don't know what the fuck is going ranger that's getting ready to get retired. And I called him and talked to him. And I'm like, fuck, what do I do? And he's like, dude, if you don't hear from her, call the police. I'm like, I already did. And I don't like the police. No offense. But, because of the gun stuff, you know.
No, I understand. I mean, police have to do whether we like the police or not. They're there, and they're the ones that
I have a Blue Lives Matter on the back of my truck.
yeah, and they're following their procedures, so it doesn't always feel good when they approach and when we're the subject of those procedures, but they do it for a reason, to keep themselves safe and to try to keep you as safe as possible.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
And that's when I called the police, I'm like, I don't know what the fuck Megan's doing. I think she's going PTSD breakdown.
yeah.
I don't know.
Well, if you
She just went there or fucking after what happened last week. I don't want to fucking kill a bunch of cops. I want to fucking go 20 years ago when I went to the Herrera. Jesus Christ. I don't know how to help you forget.
mm-hmm.
And I don't know, you know, like, people, and I'm saying this from experience, people will get, like, and you know this, people will get, like, in a defensive position if they feel like they're trying to even if they're not really.
Yeah. Well, so I know you don't want to potentially get her in trouble, but if you already called the police concerned and you gave them information about like where she works and what she does, what her vehicle looks like, there's a high probability they've already reached out to her employer. Like that's what they'll do. I know, because I mean that's what they'll do, because that's what, like, I've been involved in with investigations and things like that.
Yeah,
'Cause-
when I called them back, they were like trying to beat the door down. And I was just like, I'm it's Jesse, it's Jesse. But when I just called them, like, hey man, you know, there, whatever. And I'm like, I know how you guys' procedures work, I know how it works. Like, you know, I'm worried about Megan. I didn't do anything. Like, her, Megan is having a meltdown. I don't know. Maybe she's not.
Mhm.
The fucking intel community is fucking wild.
I'm aware. So, I mean, here's what I think, bud. So I think that you or Meg needs to talk to like needs to talk to somebody at like a crisis center or something like that to find out what's going on, what's causing her to struggle, what's causing, and we know that based on what we've been talking about, you and I, that maybe her struggles are affecting you on top of what you already struggle with. So it might help
And all
for,
everything, you know what I mean? I've done horrible things.
I mean, you have done what you like. To say that you've done horrible things is not a fair statement to say, because you've done what you needed to do to you've done what you've needed to do to accomplish your missions, and sometimes that's hard things. That's where you and I do have some similarities, because I've said I've been involved in situations where you and I both know what a military-aged male, what the definition of a military-aged male is. It doesn't necessarily mean an adult. It just means someone who realistically can pick up a rifle and use it the way that it is intended to be used, or who can have who can have an S-vest. So I've seen military-aged males. I've seen things happen to military-aged males that don't necessarily look like a stereotypical military-aged male. So I feel that, but that is the role that we volunteered for. That's what we are asked to do, and unfortunately,
that's literally the problem. Everything I've done it because I thought it was the right thing to do.
then it probably was, dude. All right, like you can't hold yourself accountable for something. Just like if you made a decision, okay, and the intel that you had was, this is the decision I have to make. I don't want to make it, but it's the decision I have to make, and I'm protected, and I know that I'm doing the right thing, even though it's hard and it's horrific, but I'm willing to make the decision. Then we as individuals have to live with those decisions. And it sucks, but the potential result, and you won't know if there was a different result. All right, because you made the decision that you did. But I know from experience where I've seen things not go the way that it needs to, that not making those decisions can have far worse consequences than bearing the weight of having to do hard things sometimes. I've seen missions go badly, and I'm speaking in vagaries because I'm not going to talk about things I'm not allowed to talk about. But I've seen missions go badly in the sense that we're not going to do this because this individual is here. Because this individual is here, and then, maybe the target that we wanted to go after, we couldn't go after with a specific type of strike because they had younger people with them, and then they used the younger people and did far more damage than if we would have just accepted the collateral damage. I've seen that happen. I've seen it with my own eyes. And so you're judging yourself based upon a hard decision that you made, and that's affecting you right now. It seems like it's affecting your ability to think mission first and mission forward and critically for your kids and for Meg, and you're beating yourself up about it. And you can't. You've already made the decision, man. It happened. You made the decision. You'll not know if there was a better decision to be made, but it was a decision that it sounds like your superiors and the people that you worked with were satisfied with the outcome, and that as far as they're concerned was the correct decision to save.
Did I tell you what happened?
You haven't told me what exactly what happened, but you've hinted at it before. Did you get in trouble?
I was in the second line, the second LAD in the line 2.
Yeah.
But the bomb said, stay in the vehicle. And I disobeyed orders. Jumped out. Melted 2 barrels. I'll try to make this real short. I carried 19 of them back. Couldn't get the last one. And then blacked out. And then went to Ramstein, the hospital, for my job. And got a dishonorable discharge. Because I didn't stay in the vehicle. Because I was the most valuable one.
Well, yeah, I don't know about all that. I don't know what the circumstances were. All I know is like you come to the channel and you've gone to other people's channels and you support vets and you support people that try to do the right thing, and it sounds like you try to do the right thing, and now you're hurting. And so I'm trying to help, but you know,
I don't really understand any of it. That's why I was
I understand. I knew that there was some kind of story behind.
I did everything I could fucking do.
Okay, then you need to stop judging yourself for that, bud.
I did everything I could do.
And that's all that you can do, man. That's all that you can do. That's the hardest part about all of it. You know that, based on what you've said, you know that better than most. That it's not easy to live with the consequences.
I keep trying to do it, They're like, run as much as you can, don't stop.
Mm-hmm.
And everything is a failure. And I'm not talking about money. I don't give a huge amount of money. But it's like, man, I keep trying.
Yeah. And that's all anyone can ask of you is to just do your best, man. And at the end of the day, what you need to do is you need to look in the mirror and you need to say, did I do my best? Yeah, I did everything that I could. Did it result in what I wanted? I talk about it, man. It sounds awful the way that I. Yeah. It's you have to stop setting. You have to stop setting, as bad as it sounds. You have to stop setting the expectation of yourself that doesn't make sense, man. You can't. None of us are Superman. None of us are Superman. And so we can't expect ourselves to perform like Superman, emotionally, behaviorally, physically. All we can do is say, could I have done anything better?
First time I got shot. Right. Here we go.
What's going on?
Oh, I just had to run and speak to the enemy. I'm thinking about state bill coming.
Yeah.
They want people shooting me.
See, Candyman,
Kyle used to
I really like, dude. I'm here for you. You know that I'll talk. I'm talking to you now, but like, I am. Like I have a perspective that helps me understand some of what you're going through. But dude, I think you need I think you need somebody who's trained and knows how to like give you potential solutions, because that's what we as vets like. We like solutions. We like, how do I make this stop? How do I get beyond this? How do I achieve this other goal? And I don't know that I know how to answer that for people. I mean, I can talk to people and I can help them look at things from a different perspective or try to be objective about it. But like, I'm not a professional psychologist. I'm not a counselor. I've been through Uncle Sam's Cliff Notes version of how to talk to people a couple times, and only because like I have a bachelor's degree in psychology, so they picked me, not because I'm actually qualified for it. So I don't know. I think it might help. I think it might help if you talk to one of these groups, man. Not a VA group, not a group that just wants to put you on medication. But maybe one of these like nonprofit groups, one of these funded groups that's all they do is they talk to people and they help guide them towards resources and things that'll help you that maybe aren't what the VA says. I know in Colorado, again, because I have a lot of friends in Colorado. I'm very vested in the state of Colorado because of everything that's going on with their gun laws. You know, I really think somebody maybe from the crisis services, because again, that's where, because of all the gun laws and stuff that are in Colorado, I'm very familiar with Colorado Crisis Services and the tools that they have. You know, I think you should talk to them, man. I mean, by talking to him, what's the worst that happens? The worst that happens is you feel the same as you do now. But
I woke up 22. Hopefully I don't have to look into something.
So I think maybe try calling them. Do you want their number? I've got their number. Do you want me to have them call you? I can have them call you.
No, thank you.
Because that's what they. That, well,
it's just under County K. It's just under. It's a pin. It's not more. It's just bigger.
okay. Well, you know that people from the different groups are probably going to try to reach out to you to see how you're doing, you know, because they saw, you know, like I said, they saw what was going on in the chat, and I reached out and I had to get your phone number from a couple of them. So there's a good chance that they might reach out to you, but I think that they'll just listen if they do, or like I said, however you want to approach it. If you want to approach it like you and I didn't talk, that's fine. I think everybody will respect that. But I think the most important thing is be there for her and be there for your kids, man.
Okay.
You okay with that?
Yep.
All right. Alrighty. I'm gonna
I'll try.
That's all that anybody can ask of you, man, is to just keep trying. All right?
Thank you.
You're welcome, bud. Soldier on. Hoorah. Yeah. I hope he gets the help that he needs. I hope he reaches out. Oof. Well, I've told you guys once. I'll say it again. I said you guys can call me if you're struggling. I'll listen. I will try to be as objective and supportive as possible. I mean, I don't know all the things that are going on there, but I think there's a lot. I think there's a lot going on there, but what sucks is like there's some stuff that I mean I'm good, guys. Like I've talked to people about stuff like that and situations. I've experienced things. I've experienced a lot of things. And so that's why I have a different perspective on it. Regardless of what somebody's background is, which for those of you that want to know, if any of you need or want to call me, you can reach out to me. I have a Google Voice number. That's how I called and talked to him. I do have a Google Voice number that you can text me or reach out to me on. I'm trying to pull it up. Sure. Well, whatever that was. Anyways, I'm here. If you guys are struggling, I'm here. I'll talk to you. I'll listen. I'll help. I feel when people struggle. I've told you guys I've lost some friends who've lost that battle. So this is important to me. It's why I do my 22 push-ups a day video. It's why I try to have fun with people. It's why I try to joke. It's why I try not to take things too seriously, because there's things in life that just that are hard. I'd appreciate everybody's discretion. I probably should have muted my my microphone, but I didn't, because that wasn't what I was concerned about. I was concerned about just talking to him. And again, I don't know the problem with this scenarios, and the problem I've run into with similar scenarios. Hey, bud. Nah, everybody knew that I called you, and everybody knew they saw me talking to you, but they couldn't hear what we were talking about, and they were just very supportive, bud. So very supportive of you. They know you're struggling, and they care about you. So like I said, I tell you guys, I'm below average Utah dad, and you guys are all part of the below average Utah family. So it is not a Benelli. It is a Mossberg 930. Hey, Ryad. Thank you, everybody, for supporting me and supporting Candy. And Candy, definitely, as I told you, definitely try looking at some of those services. I think that would be helpful, man. Helpful for you. Yeah, it's a Mossberg 930, but it's got some secret sauce. So,
Candy was in the Marines. Candy was in the Marines. So, all right. Josh, I have not. I've not seen the new Trigger Tech Glock trigger. Delta Team Tactical Glock triggers. Yeah, that's where I struggle, Josh, is like I like Delta Team Tactical. I like their stuff. Okay. So here's where I stand on triggers. I think everybody should grilled cheese mouth. Cool. Oh, hey, welcome, bud. And welcome everybody. Thank you everyone for sticking around and being supportive. I know you guys aren't necessarily privy to everything that was going on, but I appreciate you talking to each other and being supportive and supporting me and supporting Candy and let's be strong and move on. If you are struggling, please feel free to email me. You can email me with a phone number or a way to get in touch with you. I have a Google Voice number because I keep my personal number. I don't just hand out my personal number, but I do have a Google number that I can reach out and talk to you on if I need to. I will do my best, but I also I'm not a psychiatrist and I'm not a psychologist. I can just listen, and I have a perspective that's a little different than some. Doodle Roblox, what's going on? Give me just a second, guys. I need to go to the bathroom. Thank you, Carson. I need to go to the bathroom and I need to get a drink. Just water. I just need water. Roblox, I don't. I'm sorry. I don't remember you, bud. For those of you that are just joining us, hey, remember that if you're struggling, if you can't get in touch with somebody, like if you can't get in touch with me, please, there are so many resources in every city and in every state. There's 988. 988 is the nationwide mental health, suicide, everything hotline. Yeah, I'm sure that it does, Alex. Where were you at that you saw that? It's definitely not here. But if you're struggling, if nothing else, call 988, please. Just talking to someone about, just talking to someone about what you're feeling can mean the difference between making a permanent decision and not. So if there's not a friend, if there's not a family member that you are comfortable talking to, which is, I get it, I understand. In a lot of ways, I'm a stranger, and like I have fun and we joke and stuff, but I'm I'm not gonna judge you. I'm not gonna look at you in any way. So, talking to somebody like at 988 or whatever your city or state crisis line is, definitely reach out to them. I've advocated that from the beginning. You know, whether you're a vet, whether you're a cop, a firefighter, if you're a kid, there are lots of you who have seen me talk to 12 and 13-year-olds have found this stream just because they saw some guns and were like, oh, I had guns, and then they open up about stuff that's bothering them. Like, I have teenagers. I don't like seeing people suffer. So I'll talk to you, I'll help out, we'll help out. If it means a little bit less sleep, then it means a little bit less sleep. So, yeah. All right, you guys chat amongst yourselves for a minute. I'm gonna go get a drink and maybe a snack, and then I'll be back in a minute.
Hey, dogs.
All right. Whew. All right, guys. I went and got some food. Went and got a drink. Went and just recentered. No, not more tacos. I went and got pizza. Hold on just a second. Anything interesting today on the stream? Yes. Yes, it was very interesting. Yeah. Well,
You need the number?
yeah, what's the number that it said?
385 519 6161.
Okay, perfect.
Is that
That's the number that people can. Hey guys, I'm gonna update my profile information. Okay. Well, wait, stay here, as I'm gonna need your help. (385 519 6161).
Yes.
You sure?
Yep.
Okay.
Pretty sure.
Pretty sure. Okay. All right, everybody. So the channel,
Space.
I've just updated on the channel. I just updated on the channel a phone number that you guys can now call. You can now call me on Google Voice. It's a Google Voice number. If you didn't hear, hold on, I just put it in. Yeah, if you didn't hear, the number that you can reach out on the channel is 385 519 6161. You can text me at that. It's my Google Voice number. I don't think you can call into me, but you can text me. I can call out. But I don't think you can call in. Chief,
Chief, I was on the phone with Candy. He was struggling, and he made some statements on the chat that implied he might try and hurt himself. So I got his number and I called him from my Google Voice number, and we talked for about an hour. And I think I talked him down from doing something very bad. So that was a bit intense. Hold on, somebody just tried to call me. Hold on. Okay. Okay. Gotcha. I got you, 51. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it doesn't really call in, but I can call out. You can text on that. You can I'll get your text messages, but if you call, it just goes straight to. I don't even know if it goes to voicemail. I think it just. Yeah. So there was some emotional heightenedness that happened there, and but I think that was good. I hope that Candy, and he might be watching still. Candy, if you are, that's fine. But I hope that Candy gets the. I hope he gets the professional help that he needs. But we got some good people here. Good people here on the channel. Good people here in general in our community. No, that number is Mason. That's my Google Voice number. You guys can text me anytime on that. You can try and call in, but it doesn't come through to me. It only lets me call out. How do I make the videos that what's the better? So I just found you can just use that video. Just use it, and then what you do is you like screen record it, or you download it from somewhere. That's what I did. I downloaded it from like Instagram something. I downloaded just that portion of it, and then now I just use the beginning of that in my videos. Well, Ammo. So who wasn't here earlier when we talked about Sig? Oh man. Sig is gonna, it's not going well for Sig.
Alrighty. It was definitely. What do I want to talk about? I just want to get to the point. I know that I've said many times, like, I don't expect to be big. I don't expect this channel to be a big channel. I think it'd be cool if it was. Hey, Chloe. But it would be pretty cool if I got to the point where, like, this is what I did, where I did live streams and I created content and I just interacted with people and I just made their day better, or just made people laugh, just had fun with people. Yeah. Just as like a form of supplemental income. I don't know. Oh yeah, let's. I think there's a couple people that are live right now. Want to make sure. Want to make sure that we're supporting our fellow content creators. Yeah. I feel that. Little bits emotionally and psychologically spent, but I'm okay.
Bit emotionally and psychologically spent on the, yeah, dust cover when I just started alive, and it's like, go over that as a, sure.
So, oh man, that was a little bit intense. You ordered a bolt for your rifles coming in from Australia. How are you getting a bolt from Australia, Chief? What is that about? Is it an Australian rifle? Oh, what did I miss? I'm trying to... I guess I got denied from my application. My application for Avant Link, because I only have about 2% view engagement. So I followed a little bit about it. My understanding is there was something that happened between one of his employees and his wife. Go for it, Ortiz. Better smell like fresh kangaroo. So, I need to post. I need to make another video for the channel. I survived the tacos. I definitely need to have better engagement. Brother shoved him out of the business, probably about an employee. That's what I thought. I thought it wasn't just about the employees sending stuff, but also some of it being reciprocated back. You know, I'm making a new video. So one of the feedback things that I got from this influencer connection thing called Avant Link is I have a really strong following, but they're like, you don't have the engagement to support that. I don't really know what that means. I mean, I have, part of that is because I had a video that went 3 million views, and so I have, 2,500 subscribers more than I would if I didn't have that video. So
Dude, Ortiz, that's awesome. That's awesome. I love seeing that. I love hearing that. No, yeah. Is my internet acting up? Yeah, what's your question, Ortiz? Yeah, go for it. The Reaper. Hey, I thought you were doing a live stream. That is really weird. Oh, okay. Yeah, I might shut down this live stream because I've been live for a while. I need to get some more regular work done. And then go live again tonight. Start my stream that'll go to the full-time live. I need to film some stuff anyways for tomorrow because I'll be in uniform tomorrow and I won't be able to get everything. So we've decided we're not doing a Python, we're doing a Colt Kodiak. Yes, Ortiz, I'm ready for your question. I just didn't see you post one.
Are you ready for my question? One of my vids just hit 31,000. I made the vid also. Do you want to answer a question for me? Yes. I don't see any other question. Yeah, I don't see a question, Ortiz. I don't know if it's not showing it or what's going on. Nope. I don't see anything. It just says, are you ready for my question? You might see it, but I don't see it. So a lot of times, yeah. And remember when I would have like 200 people for the first hour, hour and a half of a live stream? I do Oh, I thought I answered that. How do I make the videos? You just download that video. Just screen capture that video. I've had a pretty eventful day. It's been a pretty okay day. But like I said, I think I'm gonna end this stream. It's been going a while. I think the algorithm needs a break for my channel. So I'm gonna put out some videos. I'm gonna start trying to really put some quality videos out. I've got some that I'm gonna make. I'm gonna do a couple reviews and see how it goes from there. So yeah, you're good, Lisa. You're good. All anybody missed was me calling one of the viewers on the phone and convincing them to not end their life. Yeah, that happened. I'm not really sure. It's almost kind of surreal because I'm like, huh. How did that happen? So, yep. So, okay. I'll talk to you guys later. Thanks for tuning in, everybody that tuned in. It's been here this whole time, and we keep trudging. We keep trudging. Talk to you later, friends.